Thank you very much. You may take your seat. Thank you very much, councillors. I will order. I will request the city manager to read the notice of the meeting. Over to you, Mr. Mpele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mieni, Whip of Council, Councillor Sishange, honorable members of this House, members of the media, colleagues from Council, ngikhuleke kumakhosi asendlunkulu, bese ngibingelela ngokuzithoba amalunga omphakathi who are joining this meeting through live streaming. I hereby wish to read the notice of the meeting to all members of the eThekwini Municipal Council. As per the directive of the Speaker, Councillor Thabani Nyaose, through powers vested upon him in terms of Section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998, members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the eThekwini Municipal Council has been brought forward to now take place on Thursday, the 24th of August 2023 at 10 o'clock in Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on number 45 Bram Fisher Road, Durban. Immediately thereafter, the in-committee council meeting adjourned the previous week due to a lack of quorum will now reconvene on Thursday, the 24th August 2023, in compliance with Rule of Order number 10, with Rule number 10, subsection 5 of the Rules of Order by Law 2014 as amended. I thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. May we all rise to get the national anthem. Thank you. Sound system crew, please, let's have the national anthems.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Together.
Let's have a few seconds of prayers and personal reflections. Thank you very much. May you take your seats. Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to welcome all council members who are present in this meeting, all our officials led by the city manager. You are also welcome. Asikhuleke kumakhosi asendlunkulu aphakathi kwethu, sibonge kakhulu ngokuba khona kwabo. We feel honored. We are also welcome. We also want to acknowledge our members of the public who are following this meeting through live streaming. We are very much humbled by the support, particularly to those who make sure that whenever there's council meeting, they do connect to follow the discussions in council. We encourage our communities to do so that they know what council is discussing on their behalf. You are all welcome. Let's now receive the announcements from the Speaker before the official report. The municipality is saddened by the brutal killing of the two elderly women, Umama Xulu, the mother of the late Councillor Stanley Xulu, a former chief whip, and Umam Umbuso from Ward 98, Mgababa, who went missing on the 9th of August 2023, and they were later found murdered. And we send our deepest condolences to both families. It is saddening to hear of such, especially now. It is being the Women's Month. The city stands firm against any form of women abuse. Let's continue to protect our women. The city is also saddened by the sudden passing of one of our pioneers of the township economy and the owner of Ayadini Lounge, Mr. Chabulani Mj Zama, who passed away after a short illness. Condolences are sent to the Zama family, friends, and Umlazi community, and all patronage of Ayadini. Congratulations to the municipality for a successful unveiling of 1.9 billion development, the Giba Business Estate near Chelimnyama, which will create 400 jobs during the construction phase and 5,000 permanent jobs. Thank you. This project will form part of the broader logistics and industrial corridor improvement project that will integrate Durban, Free State, and Gauteng logistic corridor. Fellow councillors, as we commence this meeting, may I remind you about our responsibility to conduct ourselves with dignity, debate constructively, respecting the public that follow this meeting through the social media platforms. Council is advised that at the last meeting held on the 15th of August 2023, the Speaker presented the Code of Conduct for Councillors' Regulations 2023 that came into effect in June 2023. And during the same meeting, there are councillors that breach the provisions contained in the said regulation. The said councillors will be dealt with in line with the relevant provisions of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. Let also cooperate with the administration team supporting the proceedings, with party whips to monitor conduct of their respective members, reprimanding when they are misbehaving. We also want to send our best wishes to all councillors who are celebrating their birthdays in the month of August. Those are the announcements. Let's now move and get the report from the Speaker's office. The purpose of the report is to provide an update of the Municipal Council in the activities that transpired over the month of August 2023. We are going to cover the following matters: the public participation activities. We will cover the update on the intervention to address water challenges. We're also going to talk about SALCA National Members Assembly, which will take place on the 4th to the 6th of September 2023. Let's start with the public participation activities. Involving communities in municipal business is one of the statutory responsibilities of the Municipal Council in ensuring that they are kept abreast of service delivery matters pertaining to their respective wards. Section 37K of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998, which read as follows: the functions of the Speaker. The Speaker of the municipality must ensure the effectiveness and functionality of ward committees and the public participation process. The above provision implies that the Speaker has a responsibility to ensure effective of the existing municipal public participation processes. Some of the municipality current public participation programs include, but not limited to, the following: ward committees, community engagement and stakeholder engagement, Masakane outreach campaign, war rooms through Operation Sukumasake, public hearings, and mayoral izimbizo. Council is hereby advised that His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, has been engaging communities, especially on critical challenges such as water shortages that the municipality is currently facing. These have been undertaken through mayoral izimbizo, which have been held in different regions as follows. On the 18th of June 2023, Ward 84, Umlazi, Ward 85, Umlazi, a mayoral imbizo was held to address water challenges following the vandalism of Umlazi water pump station, which led to the disturbance in the water supply in some part of the Umlazi township. Again, Council to note that on the 15th to the 16th of July 2023, the mayoral imbizo were convened in Guamashu, Tuzuma, and Inanda, which included Ward 3, Ward 37, Ward 40, Ward 41, Ward 42, Ward 43, 44, 45, 47, 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 57, 107, and 108, engaging communities on ongoing current pressing matters, such as water shortages and electricity. On the 12th of August 2023, the mayor convened a similar imbizo in Efolweni, Ward 95, to also address the issue of water challenges. With the water challenges remaining a priority, next week on the 28th of August to the 1st of September 2023, the mayor will be visiting the community of Umbumbulu and Adams to report on the progress of water infrastructure projects that the city is implementing in those wards. Over the month of August, other than the mayoral izimbizo, there are engagement also with Ratepayers Association, such as Westville Ratepayers Association, addressing burning concerns that have been raised by the association. There is a plan by the Speaker of the municipality to visit other Ratepayers Association in our municipality as part of ongoing stakeholder engagement. We are interacting with different Ratepayers Association. I can confirm that we are still busy with Westville Ratepayers Association, but in the next few weeks we are going to visit Umhlanga, Ward 95, Ward 35, and surrounding areas. We're also going to Phoenix, Chatsworth, Meerwent, Overport. We're going to Umlazi to meet the community. We're also going to plan Mbizo in Ward 111 at Umlazi. Those are planned activities where the mayor is going to interact with communities. In an effort to proactively communicate service delivery program and ensure constant engagement with the community, weekly radio time slots to be addressed by His Worship, the Mayor, have been arranged on the following radio stations. We are announcing that, councillors, and to the public, so that when the Mayor is addressing, people listen, so that they are informed, they are aware of the challenges we are confronted with and the plans that have been developed and when those plans will be implemented. The mayor is going to be every Monday on Ikakas FM at 20 to 8. Members of the public are invited to listen to what the mayor is going to say on behalf of the municipality. Every Tuesday, Ukhoz FM at 8:15, the mayor will be addressing the residents of the city, giving them updates. On Wednesday, the mayor is at East Coast Radio at 8:20. On Thursday, The mayor is at Vuma FM at 8:20, doing one and the same thing, updating members of the public, acknowledging where there are challenges, present the plan that the city have developed to address those problems. This is an update on water shortages. In view of the ongoing water challenges being experienced within the eThekwini municipality, Council to note the following interventions being undertaken. Infrastructure upgrade project to resolve water supply challenges. The municipality is implementing several infrastructure upgrade projects to resolve water problems in some areas. The following are some of the projects being implemented. Number one is an upgrade to the NR2 pump station in Tuzuma, where some work is underway while the procurement process is being followed for a total overhaul of this pump station. Once completed, it will improve the water supply around in Tuzuma. There's work being done. What has been lacking, councillors, in our municipality is failure to communicate our good stories. Where our officials are working very hard to address some of the problems we are faced with, we don't communicate as a city. We are now want to communicate that there's something work being done in Tuzuma. Once completed, there will be improvement. There are 2 reservoirs in Adams that are nearing commissioning stage, and said 2 reservoirs are expected to be commissioned before November this year. Abantu base Adams and surrounding areas abaninkinga zamanzi, there's work being done to address a reservoir ekumele ibafakele amanzi. Another project has commenced to upgrade the water pipeline in Adams Mission. The reservoir and the pipeline upgrade, once completed, this will improve water supply to the area. There's an area called Imona Reservoir that was completed in June this year. Isiphelile-ke le yaseMona. And this is meant to improve water supply to Van Rover, Emona, and informal settlement surrounding that area. Akusho ukuthi inkinga zamanzi kuyakhulunywa ngazo kuphela. Khona umsebenzi owenziwayo, but lo msebenzi have not been effectively communicated with our citizens. The upgrade to a pipeline supplying water in Kwanyuswa is in the final stages of commissioning. And this is also going to improve water supply endaweni yakanyuswa. Nabantu basemakhaya, umasipala unazo inhlelo zokuthi bahambisele amanzi ahlanzekile angaloko futhi enqamuka. In Umlazi, the municipality has commenced with the project to repair a major pipeline that supplies water to Umlazi and surrounding areas. The design for the pipeline has been completed, and the tender process to appoint a contractors has commenced. It is expected that these contractors will be appointed before the end of the year, and for construction to commence immediately thereof. We anticipate that by December, at least there should be some work starting in this project, Umlazi. There's currently shortages of jetting machines to cope with the number of sewer blockages that are reported almost daily. The municipality has commenced working towards procuring 50 new jetting machines. This will make a big difference in the turnaround time for sewer blockages once these machines are procured in the new financial year. Council to note that the above is not exhaustive list of intervention that municipality is employing to fast track to address issues of water problem. There are other interim measures such as additional water tankers that municipality currently procured. It is acknowledged that water is a priority need for our communities, and shortages therefore has a huge impact on the livelihood of the eThekwini residents. The municipality is doing everything to address the problem of water shortages in the city. Let's deal with the last item on SALCA National Members Assembly on the 4th and the 6th of September 2023, kunenkomfa nominkongolo kaSALCA kazwelonke. In complying with the South African Local Government Association SALCA Constitution provision, there is a formal sitting on the National Members Assembly scheduled from the 4th to the 6th of September, as I've indicated earlier, at Bishop Hotel or Altambo Convention Center. The scheduled National Members Assembly is a deliberation. The deliberation will consider number of items, of which I don't want to waste time reading the agenda of the National Conference. But all members, municipalities, of which as a eThekwini municipality, we are a member of SALCA. We are entitled to be represented by 6 delegates, comprising of His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Mkosi Kaunda, the Speaker, the Whip of Council, the Chairperson of MPEC, the Municipal Manager, and the Chief Financial Officer. Those are the delegates who will represent the municipality in the conference. Municipalities are further requested to recommend a councillor among the delegation that will be mandated to vote on behalf of the municipality at the said members' assembly. Council to note that eThekwini Municipality Councillor representation on the delegation that will be attending the National Members' Assembly comprises of the name that I've already mentioned above. Now, the recommendation is that the Municipal Council note that the next South African Local Government Association SALCA National Members' Assembly will be held on the 4th to the 6th of September. That the Municipal Council notes that the eThekwini Municipality Delegation attending the next SALCA National Members Assembly schedule, the date that I've mentioned, and same names I've mentioned, that the Municipal Council approve His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Mkosi Kaunda, to be a delegate to vote on behalf of the eThekwini Municipality in the next SALCA National Assembly conference. This report, councillors, is submitted to Council for consideration. Thank you very much. Let's proceed. We are done with the announcement and the report. We will now go back to the city manager.
Sorry,
We don't take hands for the speaker's report, but if there are pressing matters, I will take those 2 hands. Okay. Yeah, my office is reminding me that
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, please.
my office is reminding me that order, councillors. My
order,
office
order.
is reminding me that the recommendation for having our mayor being a delegate to vote in the conference, it needs to be approved by council. It was my mistake. It was my mistake. Order. Who is that councillor?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Ngumalo, stand up. Order. Stand up, Ngumalo. What's your problem? Order. What is your problem? Tell me. Your problem is ill discipline. Thank you very much. Take your seat.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Let me check, Councillor.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Point of order, Mr.
Let
Speaker.
me check those 2 hands that I've recognized.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There's a hand this
Mr.
side.
Speaker, point of
That
order.
hand. Nchetwa?
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I'm checking the 2 hands first.
No, this is a point of order, Speaker. It's a point of order. I think it's a valid one, if you'll allow me.
Councillor, are you ready?
Mr. Speaker, you advised the party whips that your ruling will be final, and there we go again, and this is what's going to delay the meeting. You said that there should be no comments on the Speaker's report. Am I right or wrong? Yes or no?
You're
and now
right.
you allow further comments on your report.
Yeah,
on the
you're
one
right.
hand, you make a ruling, then you allow for further discussions.
No,
That's what causes these meetings to be delayed.
Councillor, are you ready?
Thank
Your point of order is overruled. Listen, the report that I was presenting, I've already presented an apology that the report I've submitted is expected to be approved by council. The assumption I have is that councillors who are raising hands are raising it not to engage the Speaker's report, but to indicate whether the recommendation is supported or not. I'm not taking hands to deliberate or discuss the Speaker's report. The ruling stands, but is expected to be approved. The assumption is that whoever who wants to speak, not on the issue that I'm expecting council to address, that person must not raise hands because they are out of order. I won't give them a chance to speak. We are very strict. We have agreed with the whip of parties that we are going to make sure that council is orderly. Nyambos.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and officials and members of the public. Firstly, we do not have your report in front of us, and you've just said this report is presented for consideration by council. Therefore, some of us are unable to do so because we don't have your recommendations in front of us. That's point number one. Point number two, you have just presented your report here, and just a question of clarity, because there's a lot that you've said in terms of the mayor's activities and procurement of staff and all of that. For future reference, is this not supposed to come by way of Section 12 I? No, Section 12L of our Rules of Order bylaw, in that it is supposed to come as the mayor's report in terms of the MFMA, because we never have those reports from the mayor so that we can engage the mayor in terms of that report, because the activities of the mayor and... yes.
I thought that while you are making your presentation, you will realize that we are out of order. You must not be out of order knowing very well that you are and expect me to call you to order and get annoyed. I said, I'm taking hands who will comment on the recommendation.
Where are those recommendations?
No, listen. Yeah, the problem you are doing now is that when I'm speaking, you are speaking, you don't listen. Don't do that.
Okay.
When I'm addressing council, everyone must be quiet. Because I'm expected, when you are addressing the speaker must be quiet. Let's do that. I'm saying to you, the report I was presenting to council was circulated to all council members. Everyone got the report. I was expecting that you will come here after you've read the report. Now, let's do that. Whoever who wants to speak on something else contained in the speaker's report, please refrain doing that, because that is not allowed and out of order. Let's discuss the recommendation the speaker is presenting to council. Let's hope so, Nyambo, say you'll confine yourself. Okay? Let's move.
Where is the report, Chair?
No. Let's move, because, let's move. There was a hand there.
No, but where is the report?
Order.
We need recommendations.
Order. I've responded. The report I was reading was circulated.
When?
That is an answer. Let me check that hand.
But where is the report?
Order. There's a hand there.
Umonta Bingalel.
Order.
As much as the report is, Chairperson, ikhona via email. Kodwa what you've detailed, since we have to consider this report, kunezinto ey'ngekho kwi-report lesinayo oyimentionile, especially about the mayor being in the mayoral imbizo. So it's so confusing because you mention a lot like you were media briefing. So in this report, I'm trying to confine myself. I can't see what you've mentioned about the mayor, except that of the Salga delegation. Can we have another email that it might be sent with all those details you've been
Thank you.
detailed to us? Thank you.
Thanks, Kuala. Cousin Tuli.
Sibonge sikubingelele speaker ngicela ukuthi ngithi all protocol observe for the sake of a meeting speaker ngoba we sometimes go out very late le mhlangano ngenxa abantu abaganga ngathi namhlanje
Order.
sicela ukuthi kwenza into ejwayelekile ukuthi when you present a speaker's report not only for today, every time most present, we usually adopt what you need to adopt out of it. Since it was sent, I rise to adopt on behalf of the African National Congress. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Any seconder? Thank you, Tuli. Any seconder? His worship.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second uKhansela Ntuli, but the report is in details. uKhansela uGwala ngizomcela ifunde inazi imbizo uSpeaker akhulume ngazo. Singayikhi phezulu i-detailed. Kusho konke okushilo Speaker. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Councillors.
Speaker.
Can I get the seconder of the recommendation?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I move to second. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Therefore, the report has been seconded. There's a point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
There's a point of order there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I think we have clearly we have a challenge. And may I just suggest that perhaps for this item that needs to be voted on, can we defer it to a little later in the meeting so that we can have copies of this recommendation circulated to councillors so that we can vote on it in an intelligent and in a clear manner? That's my recommendation, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The item has been moved and seconded. I don't want to, unless if there are people who are saying, no, Speaker, we are against the recommendation, I can divide the House.
No.
Let's have the spin.
No,
Let's have the spin.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Nyambose.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Order. Mthetho has been recognized.
I don't think it is fair and procedural that, Mr. Speaker, you want us to vote on an item that your office sent to us at 9:15 this morning. This is not just a mere
Can you repeat
allusion.
yourself? What happened?
It is not fair and procedural that you are calling upon us to vote on an item that your office emailed to councillors at 9:15 this morning.
All right.
Like any other item that is here, we have to caucus in order for us to know which position to take.
Right.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, you can't call upon us to vote on this item now until such time that we have got time to go through an item and decide how we vote on the item.
I never,
So don't put it to vote now.
I never said you must vote.
But
No. I said, listen.
Speaker.
Order.
Speaker.
I said, the item has been ordered. The item has been moved by Councillor Ntuli. I then requested a seconder. Then I get an indication from the floor that not everyone is agreeing with the order. Why shouting, Ndlovu? Why shouting?
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Let me finish my point first.
But
Let me
point of
finish-
order before
No,
you
no.
finish, Speaker.
No.
Before you finish, Speaker.
No, I will take your hands, Councillor, because I was talking, I was disturbed by the noise.
But Speaker, msukumise njengoba ungisukumisile nami, then umbuzo uthi inkinga yakhe yini.
That is my point.
Let me finish. Then I said, because there are those who are not in support, I have to divide the house. If there is such an indication, that's what I was saying. Let me check this point of order.
No, Speaker, okokuqala bengithi ukhansela lo ade umbuzo ukuthi inkinga yakhe msukumise naye. Umbuzo ame ngenyawo umbuzo ukuthi yini inkinga yakhe bese ayayichaza njengoba wenzile kumina. If ungeke uzukwenze ke kuye Speaker kusho nakimi kuxolisela ukuthi ukwenzile kimi. But number 2 Speaker, sizo uma ethi uSpeaker asiye ekuthenini siyayidivide any house ekuthenini siyayi-adopta noma siyi-adopt, so be it Speaker, because asiyi-adopt.
Okay. Councillor Ntuli.
Speaker, ngiyaxolisa ngiqondile ukuphazamisa umhlangano wakho. Kodwa khona into engicela
Order, councillors, order.
khona into engicela ukuthi siyiclarify kahle. Into ebesiyiseconda yinye edinga umhlangano uyiseconde lento yesalka. The rest of the report and other issues vela senama report awo la awana inkinga siwakhuluma ngaphambili ngiyabonga.
Yeah, that's clear. We here, councillors, the recommendation is for Councillor Kaunda to be a voting delegate to the National Conference. Other things contained in my report. It's my discretion to decide what I want to include in my report. It doesn't mean that the committee, chaired by Councillor Mvubu, have no responsibility to deliberate on these matters. I can choose whatever item I want to include in my report. Today, I decided to include the item I've decided to include. It doesn't mean that committees have no responsibility to discuss those issues. Is the report
Point of order,
agreed,
Speaker.
councillors?
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
Let me check the point of order, Councillor Kavenda. Order, Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker, I need some clarity, please. You are asking us, first of all, I think most councillors here were in a vehicle traveling to council at the time that your report was circulated. Do you honestly expect that anybody would have opened it while they're driving to read this report? And DA councillors are always prompt to start council at 10 o'clock. Now, we walked into this meeting not having the opportunity to read your report. Whether it's good, it's bad, or it's ugly, we don't know. You've now read it to us for the first time. Do you not think that it is democratic for you to allow us the opportunity to peruse it, because you are coming with recommendations? You are requesting support for it. How do we do that if we do not take a mandate from our councillors?
Okay. I understand, Councillor Kavenda, your point of order. But your point of order is overruled. Listen. You see, Councillor Kavenda, listen, councillors, order. The mistake you want to do is to take the Speaker's report like a report from committees, where you need to caucus, prepare, have speakers. My report, everything contained in my report, except the part that talk about SALCA, that is the only part that need your support or your disapproval. Other items I spoke about, they don't need your support. Now, you can only tell me that, Speaker, we accept the recommendation for the mayor to have a delegate to vote, or we not. Then we proceed. Now, whether the report was received when, I understand that. But the recommendation I'm presenting is simple.
Speaker.
It's for council, order.
Speaker, point of order.
No. Let me finish. It's for council whether to support or not. For Councillor Kaunda to be a voting delegate, nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP calls for a 10-minute caucus.
Come again?
The IFP calls for a 10-minute caucus.
10-minute caucus. Can I give you a 7?
7 is fine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Granted 7 minutes.
No, we can focus.
Now, if everybody else...
Belinda, angithame isikhathi lapho 7 minutes. Can you time 7 minutes?
Uma lapho ukugoqa mfethu. Ukugoqa.
No, you can phone him on a cell phone. The landline is always a problem because even these cell phone companies that want us to buy contracts, they phone us on a landline. That's why sometimes these are not answered because you often think that.
No. Later.
intombazane yokuqala ka-CSW eya-apply for ukuba welder. Ngu-handyman wheelie container. It's a plastic welding lesi sisebenzisa because ziningi inhlobo zomweldelo khona i-steel ne-plastic. Interview yokusenza la ekhaya kwaba ne-challenge emnandi ngoba ngafila at home as engineer ukukhuphela ne-standard sakho sempilo because unga-apply noma yikuphi lapho ufuna umise nokukhipha i-good quality kwi-good service emphakathini wethu. Umsebenzi engiwenzayo lo ukufaka i-pole bin, miningi ihlobo lemigqomo esifakayo nokushintsha amadrama, ukureplace i-compress bin. Ngijabula kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba njengaleli namhlanje uzoyibonakalisa nami umuntu wesifazane ongasabi ukubamba ithuluzi ngesandla. Ngifika la emsebenzini kwakusabeka khona ngangazi ngi-apply for i-general stand ukuthi ngizosebenza umsebenzi onjani, kodwa ukufika ngifica abantu abangifundisayo komsebenzi ayikho into etheni. Nami umuntu wesifazane ngiyayifaka nje inzipho mekushaya isikhathi ngiyifaka, kodwa futhi emsebenzini ngiyasibamba isando, ngiyasibamba isipaneli emsebenzini, ngiphinde futhi ngibe mase ngihamba indawo zami ngifake futhi inzipho njengomuntu wesifazane.
Namhlanje njenge-economic development and planning, we are here under business support. Kunabantu besikade sibatrainer. We have started this training in the past five years. Sesitrain abantu aba-145 out of labantu aba-145 about 70% babo sebeya-operate. Namhlanje leli class esinalo iyi-class ya-2022-2023 nalo liphumelela namhlanje sisaswelile iziqu zalo la NQF 2 level 2 bayaqhubeka ke bayatrainwa. Siyabasiza futhi umakhono esephumelela ukuthi mathola ukusizakala phambili nokwazi ukuthi azabe nento abayidayisayo. Mawubuka la ngaphandle kunento eningi ehlukahlukene labantu abazenzile ezinhle njengeklasi yalonyaka.
Siyabulela nakwi-BSU ngoba iyona isponsorishile umasipala wethu wasipha elithuba elingandile bani. Siyabulela kakhulu ebudaleni bethu, sizawuzitshintsha impilo zethu. All thanks to umasipala weTheku, FPNM Sita kanye no MySpace for giving us such a wonderful opportunity yokuthi sikhombise ama-skills ethu.
Sijabule kakhulu njengomkhandlu, siyajabula futhi ngabe sikhipha imali siyolekelela umphakathi kube khona into enjengana le siyibonayo ipha ngoba siyabonga kakhulu.
We are here this morning on Jacobs Road, that's in the Claywood area. We have embarked on a cleanup program for this area. As you can see, that there is a lot of indiscriminate and illegal dumping that has taken place in this area, and the ABM has coordinated together with our stakeholders out here for this cleanup program. We are appreciative to companies like Gans Trans and also to an NGO, Adopt a River, who is cleaning up. The river underneath us where I am standing is being heavily polluted by the discriminate dumping that is taking place. There are tires, there's refuse, household refuse, refuse from industrial and business premises that is being dumped here on a daily basis. We want to encourage the business community and also the community of Claywood and all the industries that are here to ensure that they are responsible in terms of the refuse and make sure that they dispose the refuse in the correct and responsible manner.
We have decided to adopt a spot in Jacobs, which is just opposite 191 Jacobs. I think you'll be seeing footage of how bad this entire area has become. There's been a lot of illegal dumping. Our appeal is please, if we could all sit together as a community and business, stop illegal dumping, approach the municipality for help, and you'll see right today there's a whole lot of, the entire team from municipalities here to help us to get this area clean. I'm hoping that it's sustainable. I've been inspired by the Jacobs Community Group led by Bradley from Bradley Electrical. Their entire team is doing an amazing job in Jacobs. and we're trying to continue that amazing job in the Clearwood and surroundings.
We are here today as per our commitment during the State of the City address, where we have made a commitment to the residents of eThekwini that we are going to build our internal capacity as a municipality. Because we've been having challenges of water tankers where we outsource more than 55 of them from private service providers. So we took a resolution as a city that we need to buy our own machinery so that we are able, which will also reach any terrain within the city. Because there have been some complaints that some of our own water tankers were unable to reach out to difficult terrains in the city. So with all that being put together as a plan, today we are unveiling these water tankers. But we brought 21 here, which have been licensed by the Department of Transport in the province, but we are continuing to license others. In total, there are 55. We have spent around 138 million rand to procure these 55 water tankers. We have also decided that the areas where people have been raising a lot of concerns were about parks and recreation, where people have been seeing overgrown veggies without being cut, our own sport fields not being maintained in a manner that is envisaged. So we also decided that we need to buy the machinery. And that machinery, we bought 30 of these tractors with us. We are still procuring other brush cutters and other machines that are required by PRC to ensure that we become more responsive to the residents of eThekwini. Because when we conducted budget hearings, people were saying we are paying rates, but we do not see the maintenance in our streets. We do not see the maintenance in our sport fields. We have seen overgrown veggies. So this is an actual response to those challenges that our communities have been raising with us as a city.
Namhlanje siseNewlands. eNewlands basiza abalimi abasaqala abancane esibabiza ngama small scale farmers. Bane database yama farmers awu219 currently ababasizayo ngaphansi kweNewlands uMashu, iNtuzuma, iMatata kunye nePhoenix. Abalimi abadinga ukusizwa eNewlands sicela ukuthi balethe izinto zabo zokusizwa okuwama lease agreement ima indawo beyithola, incwadi yenkosi uma indawo ingaphansi kwenkosi, balethe incwadi yekhansela noma incwadi kamasipala uma indawo ingaphansi komasipala. Kodwa yonke imininingwane kumele baxhumane naye uSindi okhona la eNewlands Hub isemgaqweni u71 John Dory Drive kuNewlands East.
Training like it's basic agricultural training from ukusowa ama-seeds,
Please take your seat.
transplanter to ama-trays. Enye into-ke nje engathi i-stage esandulela esokugcina
Take your seat, please.
esizela abalimi siyabasiza nge-infrastructure.
Councillors, please take your seat. We are continuing with our meeting. Nikhumbule ngiyanimile ngiyanazi ngamagama ngizonibiza nibona abantu emphakathini. We are live on Facebook. I will call your name. Bakubone ngakini ukuthi awuziphathi kade emhlanganweni. Uma ngisathi nje take your seat ngisuke ngihloniphe. So that we start your meeting. I will start with you. Thank you very much, councillors. Let me hand over to the IFP leadership to report back on the outcome of their caucus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Councillors, order. Councillor Fagas, Umeli. Mkhize. Angikuzele lo councilor Mila. Silinde wena kahle kahle. Thank you. Councilor Anthem.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the House for the indulgence. The IFP called our caucus to deliberate on the particular matter of the delegate at the Salga National Assembly, and we have reached our consensus on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anthem. Councillors, let's conclude on the matter. When you requested a caucus, there was already a mover. I was expecting a seconder. Councillor Vice.
Chair, I would like to move an amendment to that report.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Salga rules, so it's only the delegates from the municipality that can become a voting delegate. And from the list that's been provided, we have the mayor, we have the speaker, we have the whip, we have the councillor from EFF, we have the city manager, the CFO, that are the Salga delegates. Now, in view of your address earlier today, where the mayor is now very involved in addressing ratepayers and dealing with serious issues in the city, I believe that the mayor should not be the one that should be the voting delegate to this conference. That's number one. And number two, I believe also that there should be only one delegate that should go to the conference from here. We'd rather have all these important people in the city leadership being here in the city than going to a conference for a few days. So in light of that, I will propose an amendment, Mr. Speaker. I'll draft it out here now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reti. There is a proposal to amend the recommendation and some additional submission Councillor Reti has made. I don't want us to belong on this matter. Can I hear other views? Can I hear other councillors? What is your feeling about the proposal? Councillor Anthem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IFP seconds the proposal.
Speaker,
Thank you. Councillor Ntuli?
can I request an indulgence to get the other party to come back because they went out with an impression that they are going to the caucus. So now when we are continuing without them, then that may affect the meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Secretariat, can you please assist me? There are councillors who are outside. Please invite them to come back. The whip of the EFF, Councillor Kambule. Thank you very much. Councillors, there is this proposal. The proposal has been seconded. Is councillors, do we all agree with the recommendation?
No.
No. Okay. There are those who are against the amendment. Councillor Reti, can I give you a few minutes to address council on your reason for the amendment before we vote?
Mr. Speaker, I did explain, but let me do it again. I said that in terms of Salga rules, you can only support a Salga member. And the Salga members from this council are the mayor, the speaker, the chief whip, councillor, I think the councillor from EFF, the city manager, the CFO, and there's one other. There's 6 of them. And I believe in light of the fact that in your address, Mr. Speaker, where you said the mayor is going to be busy with engaging ratepayers, I think the mayor needs to be in the city to address various challenges that we are constantly being plagued with. that it is not wise that we should send the mayor to this conference and to be a voting delegate there. He may even get elected onto the national executive of Salga, which will make it even worse because he's required here in the city. So I would suggest that we select another councillor from there and that only one of the 6 go to Salga to represent this municipality. That's my motivation, Speaker. There's no politics behind it. It's simply putting the city first and not our politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cousin Tuli. Order, councillors, order.
Now, sibonge speaker. Mhlamba ngikala ngokuthi speaker isalga as an organization iba nabantu specifically badingayo in all municipalities. And by doing so there is a reason, because ezinto ezixoxwa lapha ziyakudinga ukuthi abantu through positions that they are holding bakwazi ukuthi.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of. Chacho?
Just so that we are all on the same page, are we now debating, as Councillor Tul is doing, are we now debating the amendment?
Come again?
Are we now debating the amendment?
Yes, I'm taking hands to comment on the proposal made by Councillor Vice.
Do you have the amendment with you there now?
Come again?
Do you have the
No,
amendment
still
with you?
writing it.
So you're taking it at face value as to what he said?
Come again?
You are taking what he said at face value, don't have anything in
I
writing?
don't have anything yet. It's being prepared. Baphuma ke ngomnikezi incwadi.
So what are we debating now?
We are discussing the proposal made by Councillor.
Where is it?
Is with Councillor Vivian Reddy.
I'm not sure.
Can you finish? Then I will go there. Then we want to speak on the item or? Okay, Tuli, can you finish?
No, read the amendment first, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The amendment is from Councillor Reddy, seconded by Councillor Nkosi. Another councillor than the mayor should represent the eThekwini municipality at the National Salka Conference, and only one delegate be sent to represent the municipality. That is the amendment, councillors. Right, Councillor Ntuli?
You're going to be inclusive in the amendment.
Mengiqeda ngokuthi ke speaker kuyosiza nokuthi umasipala waseThekwini uziconfine endleleni enormal.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Can you then put that amendment to the House to vote on the amendment?
Mthetho, let me address this. I'm allowing this discussion deliberately. Let me tell you why. I know that most of you want to refer me to the rules in terms of how amendments are being handled. But the different with the report we are discussing, the Speaker's report, is the Speaker's report. Now, sometimes, because of this recommendation, you are discussing a report that should not be discussed in council. Now, proposing an amendment as if it's an item that is ordinary in the council agenda might create problems, because from the first place, the Speaker's report is not being discussed. I've allowed it because there's a recommendation. Now, the reason why I want to allow those who want to express their views on the item is that reason. I'm sure you will accept my explanation as I've noted, Councillor Anipen, then Mthetho after that. Finish your point. Ntuli?
No, ngibonge speaker, bengithi ke ngokujwayelekile kubona bonke omasipala makune invitation noma kunama members eSalga kuyacaca ukuthi ngobani balokhuza kanjani. Now I find it difficult mawukuthi silo mkhandlu sesizoqala into entsha engajwayelekile. Ngiya-understand ukuthi mhlambe kwawona ukusebenza sisebenza kwi-condition ye-coalition sometimes it cause a confusion to some individuals. A confusion that make an individual think of wrong things at some stage when he is sitting on his own alone. Bengithi ke wami umbono supporter i-report yako speaker njobe njalo singabi ne-amendment kuyona. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you, Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think a few things that we must mention is, first, we've not had sight of the actual invitation that has come from Salga. So we don't know who that invitation was specifically written to, whether it was the Speaker or the City Manager. And we respect you, Mr. Speaker, and so we are going to assume that it was an invitation sent to your office in lieu of the fact that it has come through your report. Secondly, having not seen the invitation, we've also not seen what is the criteria required in terms of delegation. Our inquiries have revealed to us that it is a up to 6-member delegation, and that means it doesn't have to be 6 members. Also, there's no stipulation on whom those delegates ought to be, whether it ought to specifically be the mayor, the chief whip, the MPAC chair, the city manager, CFO, and as the recommendation suggests. In light of that, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon us who have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that there are cost containments in this municipality, that we prevent a larger delegation going at the expense of ratepayers, so that we can cut costs and make sure that our representation that goes to the Assembly is accurate and a reflection of what this municipality requires. And therefore, we think that the recommendation that has been made by Honorable Councillor Reddy is a reasonable one, because it deals with the cost containment, number one. And number two, it also gives us, as a multi-party council, the opportunity to determine who those individuals ought to be, in the absence of us giving a clear directive from Salga as to who these individuals ought to be and what is the criteria, what is the requirement, and having sight of that invitation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I allow Nyambose to speak, this is the invitation I received from Salga. It was directed to me. Then in the invitation they are saying all members of municipalities are entitled to be represented by up to 6 delegates, executive mayors, mayor, speaker, whip of council, MPAC chairperson, municipal manager, and chief financial officers. People who are invited are being specified in the list. Nyamboza?
Firstly, Speaker, I think the colleagues have covered most of what I was going to say, in that we can't behave as if in eThekwini it's business as usual. Therefore, the mayor's focus should be 100% in eThekwini, making sure that whatever challenges the residents of eThekwini face, he is available to attend to those. I think that has been covered by Councillor Reid and Councillor Anapen. The second part of my submission, Chairperson, is that because...
Order, councillors.
The second part of my submission is that because we want to respect you and your office you occupy, we don't want to keep challenging you. Can you please refer us to a rule that says your report, unlike all other reports, that your reports cannot be discussed by this council, so that once and for all we deal with this matter, in future we don't challenge you. Can you refer us to that rule that says your report cannot be discussed, questioned and challenged by this council? Refer us to that rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, are the recommendations on amendments supported?
No. Yes.
Let me have the screen, please. Let me have those who are in support of the proposed amendment. Please raise your hands.
Don't forget the rule.
Don't
forget the rule.
Point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the councillor there from the DA raised a very pertinent issue. He asked that you provide us with the regulation that says we cannot debate. And I think it's important for future references that you give us that rule, or we get a legal view on the matter, please. I think so that we don't have this kind of debate in the future again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Reddy. I wanted to deal with that matter after we've concluded the item on the table and respond to what Nyambose is saying. I will respond. Let's exhaust this matter first, then I will deal with the question. Let me have those who are in support of the amendment. Please raise your hands. Those who are in support of the proposed amendment as it is, as I have read it, raise your hands. Secretariat, can you please count? Once we are done counting, please give me an indication. Secretariat, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. Those who are against the proposed amendments? PRM, can you indicate whether we are in support or against?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you very much. We are done. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the proposed amendment 74, those who are against 119, 119, those who abstain 1. Therefore, the amendment is being rejected. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's proceed with our agenda. What we'll do now, I will request Head Legal to clarify the matter of the Speaker's report so that it's clear to councillors if there are some
Point of order,
issues
Speaker.
to be raised, would be raised. Councillor
Point of order,
Mr.
Speaker.
Njomani?
Point of order, speaks. Before you allow legal, we were voting on the amendment. We haven't voted on the recommendation itself.
Okay,
If you could please
okay.
put that to the House to vote on.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, you're correct. You are voting on the amendment, not on the matters, because we've been on this item for too long. But thank you very much, Nyambosa, for bringing that in my attention. Let's go back to the matter. Councillors, is the recommendation we presented supported?
No.
Let me have the screen, please. Let's start with those who are in support with the proposal or recommendation we have presented in the Speaker's report. Raise your hands so that we are clear. Order, order. Thank you very much. Those who are voting against the recommendation. Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Abeko, okay? Siyabonga. Those who are in support of the recommendation, 122. Those who are against, 72. Abeko, abantu abstained. Therefore, the recommendation is being supported by the majority. It will be carried through. Thank you very much. Jomane? Can you please open this microphone?
Hey. Oh. Thank you, Babu Speaker. Good morning to all councillors and colleagues present. The question from Councillor Mthethwa, as I understood it, he wanted to be referred to a rule that directs that e-speaker's report should not be discussed. And I have been invited to address that issue.
Order, councillors. Order.
Ever since I started attending the council meetings of this municipality, it has been a long-standing tradition. I have never seen the speaker's report being discussed. And I challenge anyone to say it has been done before or whenever it was done. It has never happened. Having said that, there is no specific rule that says it cannot be discussed, nor is there a rule that says it can be discussed. Now, if there is an issue that arises that is not provided for in the rules, it's being catered for in our rules of order. Let me draw the councillor's attention to Rule 15(1)L. For those who do not have their rules, I will read what 15(1)L says. It says the speaker, as the chairperson of the meetings of the municipal council, must make a ruling in the event of an unforeseen eventuality which has not been provided for in these rules. And there is no rule that says it can or it can't be discussed. And the speaker's decision is that it's not discussed. So the speaker acted in terms of Rule 15(1)L. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Jomane. City Manager, let's have
A further point of clarity, Speaker.
No, I'm not checking any other hands. City Manager, leave of absence.
Point of order,
Thank you
Speaker.
very much, Honorable Speaker. I've got the following list as a leave of absence. Councillor S.R. Moodley is indisposed from the 24th to the 4th of the 9th. Councillor A.D. Beasley, not available due to personal commitments. Councillor T. Biela, not present due to personal commitments. Councillor D. M. Tabashe, indisposed. Councillor S. Hlongwa, indisposed from the 23rd of the 8th through to the 25th of the 8th. Councillor Z. Mngwango, indisposed today. Councillor J. Esop, to leave at 1 o'clock. Councillor R. Gokul to leave at 3:15. Councillor R. L. Mackenzie to leave at 5:30. Councillor Esngema, not present from the 24th of the 8th through to the 25th of the 8th due to personal commitments. Councillor N.L. Kuzwayo to leave at 2:30. Councillor N.I. Sitole to leave at 2:45. Councillor V. Ngugana to leave at 12:30. Councillor Nkomeni not present due to personal commitments. Councillor S. Singh indisposed. Councillor D.R. Councillor D.R. Nobuth not available from the 24th of the 8th through to the 25th of the 8th due to personal commitments. Councillor M.H. Khan to leave at 2. Councillor A. Shahid to leave at 3. Councillor I. Mohammed to leave at 3. Councillor T. Mia not available today on the 24th of the 8th, 2023, indisposed. Councillor T. Kluma to leave at 4. And Councillor P. Ndlovu to join the meeting at a later stage. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, are all the leave of absent agreed? Thank you very much. Item number 8, declaration of interest. Councillor Kavenda. No, Councillor Kavenda, we are now on item number 8 in our agenda. Order. Discussing the declaration of interest. Now, no, I can hear that. I'm sure technical team to get the complaint of some mic not working. Can you please fix that?
1, 2. Sound 1, 2.
Can you confirm before you proceed?
Mthetho wayibhika. Testing.
Call the DA.
Can I get an indication that mics are fixed? Thank you, order. Now we are on item 8, declaration of interest. Anyone to declare interest?
Sound. Testing 1, 2.
Anyone to declare interest?
Delegation.
Sesidlulile kodwa lapho. Sifuna usibuyisele emuva.
No, ibeke ngiyibambe kanjalo. Yeah. Technical team, can you please fix those mics? Councillor Mthetho, I understand your complaint is being addressed. Technical team, can you please assist us? Thank you very much. We don't have minutes to be confirmed today, but the July's minutes of our council meeting will be confirmed in September council meeting. Therefore, we will not have minutes, not have matters arising. Again, there are no questions in terms of section 27 of the rules of order. What will happen now, I will request His Worship the Mayor to present the executive report. But Mayor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Amakhosi asendlunkulu, amakhansela wonke aseThekwini nomphakathi waseThekwini. Ngaphambi kokuthi ngithule lo mbiko somlomo kule ndlu yakho, kubalekile ngicacisa ukuthi uNews 24 Independent Research uveze ukuthi amanzi aseThekwini aphephile ukwedlula wonke amadolobha aseThekwini ukuthi aphuzwe. Ngicathi kubalekile lokho. Ngicela ke somlomo ukwethula umbiko wokuqala we-executive committee kule ndlu yakho, ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Point of clarity again. Point of clarity again.
Point of order. Point of order, Councillor Nyambose.
On Tuesday in the executive committee and as part of your report, You indicated that the first items to be considered would be the in-committee items. Have you deviated from that?
Yes. I've deviated because copies of the in-committee report, because it's a little bundle, were not all ready. Then we'll deal with them after this agenda.
Speaker.
No, I think we do have copies.
You have copies now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check it in the Gretchen Belinda. Okay. I'm told copies have arrived, eh? Zo?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was waiting for the copies. If those copies are ready, we're going to start with the in-committee items, as I've indicated in the whips meeting and in the ESCO. But because copies are ready, we are now starting. I will therefore request officials and people from the media to switch off cameras and be excused for a few minutes. You'll be called after we are done with the item. Thank you very much. Let's allow them to leave, then we deal with the action. Thank you very much, councillors. We are done with the in-committee items. We are now moving back to
Item 1.1, request for authority to implement the 2023-2024 financial year programs under the Office of the Deputy City.
Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Ngugane, Adek, with an extra minute from Mosa.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is proposing a reference back
Have you counted? Thank you very much. Those who are against the reference back, raise your hands. Those who are against the reference back.
Speaker, lento yinamba le siyayicela ku-edwe nje u-1 kuphela nje kwi-IFP siyacela 1.
So far, one, in numbers be accurate.
Hayi ngingabala legali IFP ngeke indrop lutho. Asifani nabasekhaya.
Thank you very much. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Right, thank you. The number of those who are in support of a reference back to the committee is 57. Those who are against, 129. There was no one who abstained. Therefore, the proposal for the reference back to the committee is not being supported. Thank you. Let's go back now to the substantive item. I've got Councillor G. Hector in my list. Councillor Hector.
Thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I think I'm largely covered by Councillor Ngadi in his motivation of the reference back.
Apologies, Councillor Hector.
Okay.
Can we correct the issue of the screen displaying time for parties? Technical team, are you winning? I want to close this meeting at 5 o'clock. Therefore, all of you here, the secretariat, the technical team, speakers in my list, work with me to achieve the goal I've set for myself, to close the meeting at 5. Now,
5 weeks was extended no mawantambam.
Can we have this?
Untulu seyitholile nentaka yihle kodwa umuntu wakithi matata phele. Awu.
Councillors, it looked like the problem is with the projector, but we can see minutes here in our laptop. Can we work with what we have while the team is fixing that to save time? We do have, yeah. Let's do that. You will monitor the side and give me an indication, right? While the team is fixing those problems. Councillor Hector, apologies, may proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, as I was saying, I'm largely covered by Councillor Ngadi, but you know, the concern here is that this is becoming more and more frequent, where events are just being all lumped together into one report, and we expect it to support everything, and there's no opportunity to properly interrogate and oppose an event that is wasteful expenditure, or support the very good events like some of these are. We'll see it further in the agenda. I think it's item 13, where we have the same issue, where everything's just lumped together. And it becomes very difficult to hold proper oversight over these these events. And so yeah, it is concerning, and it can only be assumed that this has been done intentionally in order for things to be slipped through and hidden away. And it boils down to the fact that there's not proper transparency taking place. So I'm not surprised that the ANC doesn't want a reference back, and that they will definitely vote for this, because they can have their quiet events and slip money through for their campaigning. Remember that we've got the elections where they're going to get a hardy next year. So yeah, based on that, we will abstain, because some of the events we don't believe should be funded, but some of them are excellent events. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, APF. Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Mini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There was a omission there. I am not going to engage on the item. I have already sent the correct item via UCSP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. AIC, Councillor Ngugane. Councillor Ngugane. Okay. Good. Atek, Councillor V. Reddy, with your minute donated by Mosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to express my disgust at this report that's being presented to us today. It's actually quite shocking because we are expected to support an expenditure of over 10 million rand on various programs that do nothing to address the pressing needs of the residents of eThekwini. Shame on us for even considering such a proposal. This is just election campaigning paid for by ratepayers. We need to get our priorities straight and focus on the core business of the municipality. It is our duty to provide critical services like lights, water, and better roads and municipal services to our citizens, not just to fund the elites and politically connected with tenders and festivities. We cannot continue to allocate funds to galas and ceremonies while we have residents who still live without adequate services and needs to be addressed. These Maskandi festivals, spin festivals, Mother of Golf Days, and Women's Awards are not crucial to our citizens. They're just mere sideshows which serve only to benefit the elite and the politically connected. I want to be completely transparent here. If we cannot secure an anchor sponsorship for these events, we should take it as proof that they're not important to our citizenry. If we want to make a change in our municipality, our focus should be mainly on addressing the fundamental needs of our citizens. Therefore, as a council member that is committed to serving the interests of our people, I reject this proposal and ask that we focus our resources on our more pressing issues. We cannot afford to indulge in festivities that benefit only the politically connected, while our residents continue to suffer. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Ngumalo, IFP.
No, asibonge Speaker. Mhlambe umuntu kaqale ekutheni sibonge u-community services ngokuthi ahlele lemicimbi efana nale. Ngakho ke siyiqembu inkatha yenkululeko yesizwe siyayisupporta kakhulu lemicimbi Youth Hip Hop Festival, iDo Conflict Picnic esayibona ke lapha eMabhida bese kuba inomfundo mo live concerts siyayisupporta igcwalisa Spring Fig Picnic kanye nawo wonke lawa amanye. Kodwa ke siyafisa ukuthi njengeqembu la-IFP sithi u-community service ake uhambe ukuyoxoxa no-event organizer kule yombuso wamaciko ngoba ingomhla ka-24 September. Asifisi ukuthi sigcine siphambana nezwi lesilo ngoba ngalolu suku lolo kusuke kuhambi kumgubho kaShaka. Ngakho ke abantu abasuke bekuloya mcimbi basuke befuna nabo ukuya emgubheni kaShaka. Ngakho abantu abangagcini sekufanele bekhethe ngenxa ukuthi azange size sikhulumisane
no event organizers. Ngakho ke siyacela ukuthi community services xumanani no organizer bombuso wamaciko ukuze kukwazi ukuthi ngekuhlengihlengiswe leya date ngenhloso nje yodwa yokuthi asifisi ukuthi silo sibize abantu baso ebese kuba khona futhi omunye umuntu oseceleni osho kuphambeneyo nesilo kodwa ngale kwalokho siyaweseka yonke lemicimbi le elistwe lapho ukuthi impela iqhubeke futhi ngaphekwa lokho silidolobha thina elihlala ngaso sonke isikhathi elibhekelela umnotho ngakho ke yonke lemicimbi le iyobe isho ukuthi abantu abazobe lapha edolobheni nabantu futhi abadayisayo lapha ngaphakathi bazohlomula kuloko kanje futhi neindawo zokulala ziyohlomula ngaleyo ndlela ke idolobha lethu liyobe libenefita ngokomnotho siyathobeka kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Umalo. ACC, Councillor Said.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as ACC, we note the flagrant abuse of public funds in this item through strategically running through committees and bringing them to flight in this agenda. We must clearly state that the priorities of the city is not reflected in any of the items tabled herein. Just to table a few, the current swimming pools have no funding and no position or plan to bring them back to community use. As we see negativity of citizens and wariness of society and tourists to not attend our beaches, with no concerted position or effort by the city and its collective leadership to address the E. coli pollution and safety of these beaches, we will find ourselves wanting on many suburbs, especially during the summer seasons, which are quickly approaching, and an example of this would be the Asherville pool in Ward 31, which has been left derelict, abandoned, and abused. A pool that has brought joy to many residents alike over the years. It must be noted that within the adjacent wards, of which the pool is the nearest, we have some 27 odd informal settlements, which ultimately speak to our youth playing in puddles of feces, emanating from indignified ablution blocks, which leaves blocked sewers and water running on our streets, that this city has placed to accommodate these poor communities' sewage needs as victors of society. Let us, through this council today, recognize the plight of some 10,000 odd homeless human beings that roam our streets without food or hygiene applications, that turn to crime, abuse, drugs, and rape as a means to survive. As a city, we move them from railway lines to suburbs, merely displacing the problem without taking into consideration that the problem does not disappear with merely setting it out of sight. We must at some point be decisive and take a position. Therefore, as ACC, we do not support this 11 million rands that is to be used to fund these once-off unsustainable applications of fund, which is not a priority, and with that, as ACC, we do not support this item. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, can we allow the Secretariat to monitor time without any disruption? As I made the request that they are watching here, and some of the speakers here, there are many that are donated by other parties. Let's respect that. Thank you very much, Councillor Pillay, DLC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important for us to separate issues. Mr. Speaker, the DLC appreciates the fact that the city is implementing and fulfilling the IDP plan of promoting sports, arts, culture, and our heritage. This IDP was supported by all political parties in this House. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that these programs and the budget allocation does not impact on the budget of other trading services and should not be seen as such by any political party. These programs are important events, Mr. Speaker, and is necessary. Society is tainted with social ills that is sweeping through our youths. As a city, we need to address and deal with these social ills accordingly. If events of this nature helps our communities, then it must be done. Mr. Speaker, the DLC would like to see the budget specified for each of these events and activities be used with the utmost of austerity measures in place, and a close-off report of each of these events be presented as information.
Time is up, Councillor Pillay. Councillor Sokabasa.
Ngiyabonga somlomo. Ngibingelele kumakhansela qale ngobaba Mayor namakhosi nakuwe Speaker. Speaker, I think other councillors that are progressive, they know what Community Services Committee is doing. They have alluded most of the points that I was going to talk about. The first thing that I like to put the House to know is that the core business of the Community Services Committee is taken to IDP, Plan 4 and 6, where the city, where these programs that are here aligned to. Developmental plan, a focus on nurturing the socially equitable environment by creating awareness campaign on health-based issues and embracing cultural diversity, where platforms are created for the eThekwini citizen to interact creatively with an aim of stimulating economic growth, social cohesion, and unity in diversity. Having said that, I heard Amanyama councillor complaining ukuthi we are not doing well kuma beaches and kuma pools. Angazi ukuthi basho maphi ama beach manje. Ukuthi manje sesofanele siwathatha ama beach siwabeke emzini womuntu ukuze babone ukuthi ase right. But another thing they are complaining about this, the swimming pools. Tomorrow nje kulendlu ngifisa ukwazisa ukuthi siyovula eya laphana Ward 48 enye i-swimming pool ebekade leli committee lilungisa. So umphakathi wakhona uzokwazi ukuthi uqhubeke. Maningi sesiwavulile amanye eyase Clermont iku 80% in completion. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi ezinye izinto ezingangeni la kufanele singayifaki. But I'm so glad ukuthi they are progressive councillors as sina su ANC siya vumelana nale mdlalo, and into efakwe lana njoba abantu bekhuluma ngemali abangazange bayivotele ibudget eka 6 months. So lama program lawo azo run for 6 months, and all what uCouncillor Pillay was saying yokuthi bazocela a close up report will do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sokabase. Recommendations are on page 8. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let me have the screen. Secretariat, are you ready? Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the item, raise your hands till we are counted.
Speaker, may I request a protection, Speaker? Speaker, uyangisabisa uKhansela uNtshangase.
Thank you very much. Those who are against the recommendations,
iplate eliphaka ukubheka kuma event
lapho ukubheka ave wathanda ama VIP ngathi awancela
iplate aliphakayo hayi ukubheka
kwi-DA ngifuna ukubona
thank you. Those who abstain,
ekawanuka amathikithi kule
those who abstain,
Mahlasi now we abstain uPhukhubisa no Nyambos Siyanbuka njalo bafowethu.
Uhleli ne-Arab lapha eduze kwakho.
Bekuzwayo nawe uya abstain. Hawu bafowethu.
Ithawula lahlo luvise ethu zenza ukhansela uNtuli.
Thank you very much, councillors. Those who are in support of the recommendation, 129. Those who are against, 5. Those who abstain, 53. The recommendations will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you very much, City Manager. Let's move to the next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is on page 9, which is the second report. The microphone. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The second item is on page 9, which is item number 2, the report of Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 17th of the 8th, 2023. Item 2.1, request for authority to enter into a funding agreement with the Giba Gorge Special Rating Area Management Company. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. My first speaker is Councillor M. Hlengwa, with 1 minute donated by JP. My second speaker is Councillor Z. Mieni, with the 1 minute donated to her. AIC third, Councillor V. Ngugane, with a minute donated. ADEC, Councillor Reddy, with a minute donated by Mosa. Then Councillor T. Ntuli will be my last speaker. In that order, Councillor Hlengwa.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Mieni. Yeah, thank you. The Councillor Mieni has withdrawn. Councillor Ngurane.
I withdraw as well, Mr. Speaker, on this item to save time.
Okay. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 10, item number 2.2, request for authority for the Biodiversity Management Department to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Endangered Species Wildlife Trust. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Now on page 12, it's report number 3, which is the report of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 18th of the 8th, 2023. Item 3.1, a request for authority to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Transnet Limited for nourishing Durban beaches with sand. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Not agreed. There are speakers. Councillor Hlengwa, you are the first speaker. AIC Ngugane as the second speaker. Councillor Reddy, you are the third. ACC, Councillor Ismail, you are the fourth with a minute donated. Then Councillor Mgwengu, you are the last. In that order, Councillor Hlengwa.
Once again, for the sake of progress, I withdraw, Speaker.
AIC. Lo 5 ngubekile kathi nojahile. Nifuna kama ngo4. Councillor Ngugane.
Withdrawn.
Ngugane. Order. Order.
On leave, Speaker.
Councillor Ngugane.
She is on leave, Speaker.
She left early, Speaker.
Right, attack, Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is welcomed and supported. Thank you.
Thank you, ACC. Councillor Ismail.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, while it is refreshing to note that Transnet will be nourishing Durban's central beaches through a sand pumping scheme, what remains most concerning is the actual state of our beaches and the environment in general. And this is about pollution. The question that begs an answer is whether our beaches are indeed safe to bathe in or not. Is the dredging of sand then here to cover up pollution? The beaches are filthy. How safe is it to swim in the sea? Where are the latest scientific reports to ensure beachgoers that they can indeed swim in an ocean free of effluent and E. coli infections, for example? Indeed then, is effluent still being pumped into the oceans and rivers? What exercises have been implemented to ensure that the beaches are safe? Where is the public consultation process and evidence to prove otherwise? This apart from sporadic crime on the central beachfront. While the city and Transnet has worked closely for over 40 years, as claimed, nourishing Durban central beaches, are we going to continue to swim in filth with litter-strewn beaches, or are we going to see beaches that are clean and safe? And this is not only to ensure tourism numbers during the holiday season. We demand immediate action along with the public consultation process to ensure that there is indeed a concerted effort being made to ensure a safe environment. We can no longer accept lukewarm responses from the city claiming safe swimming conditions. Let us focus on fixing the city and its beaches. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recognition agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 13, item number 3.2, proposed closure of a road portion and alienation for commercial parking purposes of proposed portion A of F1069 Umhlatuzana as depicted on SJ plan number 4841/5. Committee recommends.
Thank you. There is a proposal for a reference back from Councillor Smith. I will allow Councillor Smith to speak on the proposal. Councillor Smith, over to you.
Yes, Chair. Chair, with this item specifically, and it's something that we raised in human settlements, is the process where items come through and where effective consultation is done with the councillors on the ground. Unfortunately, as you'll see in front of you, the ward councillor was not consulted.
Councillor Smith, I'm expecting you just to read.
Yes, I'm reading.
Yeah,
I'm actually reading it, Speaker.
Sure.
All right. The reason why we're putting the reference back, Speaker, is that number one, the ward councillor was not consulted or communicated with, or by the line department. The second point is that translates to no effective consultation on the ground with the community. The third part is if you take the process as a whole, that can be, if we allow this to go through, all right, it effectively means that any department can bypass any councillor, not only us, but any councillor in this municipality for projects or anything that they want to do. That's why we are asking it go back to the committee and ensure that the process is followed.
Thank you. The proposal is from Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Pullen. 3 points. The reason is because the ward councillor has not been consulted. Number 2, no input. Consultation has occurred because of the above. Then there's an issue of engagement that has not been done, similar to the lack of consultation. Those are 3 reasons why there's a proposal for the reference back for the item. Councillors, do you support the proposal?
No.
No. Okay, let me have the screen, please. Asiqale ngabavumelani, those who are in agreement or supporting the reference back.
Alliance.
La Boy Hostel.
Thank you very much. Can lower your hands. Those who are against the reference back. Thank you. Are you done?
Cela ukulungiselela EFF.
Sicela ukulungisela inamba zethu.
Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Siyabonga. Those who are in support of a reference back is 62. Those who are against, 120. Those who abstain, 2. The reference back proposal has not been supported. Let's go back to the substantive item. I've got Councillor Kuzwayo. And the second councillor, I don't want to offend you, I can't pronounce your surname. The best way is for you to speak after Kuzwayo to avoid controversy. I don't want to be controversial, I can't pronounce the surname. The best way is to just indicate after Kuzwayo, the DA councillor will come so that I don't offend you. Councillor Kuzwayo?
No, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a DA, we wonder why this item is on the agenda today. And during our discussion at the committee, we requested that we have an oversight on the property, and also we had a concern that the ward councillor was not contacted or communicated with. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder that someone had a guard to put in black and white that the ward councillor was contacted while the ward councillor was not contacted. And I just want to know if now someone is deciding on official, on councillors whether they can do an oversight or not, because if this item comes to council, it's obvious that the oversight role for councillors is being deprived. Mr. Speaker, I just want to also want to check if the order has deliberately done that not to communicate with the ward councillor. Somlomo ngibona ngazuthi kukhona okunuka santungwana la. Ngempela kukhona okushaya amanzi. Councillors, do you recall what transpired in Verelem oversight when we were doing real estate oversight? Those councillors were there. I'm sure they'll feel that pain. Councillor, those councillors who were in oversight in Chesterville, when we requested the oversight for road closure for shipping company, they'll also recall why oversight is necessary for this one. And also, councillors, do you remember the Chesterville church site? What happened there? If you recall, I'm sure you'll support the reference back. Speaker, I'll have to stop there, but the reference back is indeed needed. Thank you.
Order. The next councillor. Maybe in future to assist all of us, you can pronounce your surname so that we don't make mistakes.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Vint Vogel. Speaker, this item must be referred.
Order. You are protected, you can speak.
Speaker, I'm largely covered by the two previous speakers. However, it's with great concern that I, as the ward councillor, has not been consulted. Hence, there has been no community participation. It is incorrect for the municipality to carry themselves out in this manner. It's not fair
Order, councillors.
and procedural. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you very much.
Point of order, DA, musu ukucwasa ngikade khuluma wakithi abamshayela ngizandla.
Councillors, thank you very much. Let's move to the next speaker, Councillor Hlengwa.
Withdrawn.
Thank you, Councillor Mukane. I'm told that he has requested to leave early. Councillor Reddy.
The matter is supported, Speaker. The proposal, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are the commission agreed?
No. Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
No.
Or can I have the screen, please? Let me have the screen. Those who are in support of the item, the recommendations. Thank you. Those who are voting against? Those who are against the recommendations? I would, Sir Pandil. Right. Those who abstain? Abeko. Those who are in support of the recommendations, 133. Those who are against, 52. Those who abstain, none, 0. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you. City Manager, let's move to the next item.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Next item is on page 14, item 3.3, proposed alienation of proposed portion A of F47 and portion 4 of F33 Tongat to the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government Department of Public Works on behalf of the Department of Health for community health care purposes. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Mr. Mpele. I've got speakers, Councillor Gavenda, DA Adek, Councillor Reddy, Councillor Olu from ANC, and Councillor Mwengwe. In that order, Councillor Gavenda, you are the first.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance actually welcomes this item to expand services at the Tongat Clinic. Now, this clinic has been beset with multiple problems, which is capacity, infrastructure, and resources, which has been at the top of the public outcry in the area. This clinic also services areas, multiple wards, which are even outside the jurisdiction of eThekwini, that being Ilembe and Indwedwe. This move to expand services has been a plea from the majority of residents for decades. And as the DA, we've also been driving this issue wherein we were actually calling for a provincial hospital to be built in the area. Such is the dire need and desperation for health services, because the closest facilities are Osindisweni in Verulam and Stanger Hospital. Now, for decades, this community of Tongat have really been treated like second-class citizens. There has been negligible investment in the area, and with the airport being situated in Tongat, it has really not yielded stimulated growth in the town CBD itself, as one would have expected. But the town has grown exponentially in terms of the number of residents and the population over the years, and it soon became very apparent that the public health services was at a critical level. The R102 also runs through the CBD, which is already compact and offers very little room or leeway for expansion. So therein lies our main concern, which is the closure of a particular street. Now, this street, which is contained likely in your provision of 3.3.6 in this item, refers to Plain Street in the Portfolio Committee agenda. This road that could potentially be closed actually traverses through 3 wards, which is Ward 58, 61, and 62. But on this road, you will find an industrial area, then you move into a residential, then there is a market which runs weekly, our city crematorium is based there, and a train station on this critical road. So any road closure needs to be effectively identified, and public participation must be mandatory to avoid disputes or protests, when in fact this is a much welcome project. This area, as I've stated, is part of an economic hub within Tongaat, and even the Tongaat Mall is in close proximity to it. In fact, it's meters away. So any road closure that's not well planned and well thought out will have serious ramifications for this town that will again find itself at the tail end of municipal services. So we implore the city to take these concerns into cognizance and implement diligence accordingly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Govender. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, Councillor Govender has largely covered what I was going to say, except that the town planning regulations allow for public participation. So there will be that opportunity where the community will be able to engage and make their input. You can't have your bread buttered on both sides. There has to be some sort of sacrifice, and there will be some sacrifice, but at the end of it all, the project is what is much needed, and that's why we will support, ADEC will support the recommendation. I thank you.
Councillor Kolo, ANC. Councillor Mgwengwe.
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC supports this item as it's going to provide the health services to our community. We support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mgwengwe. Councillors, are the recommendation 3.3 supported?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Settlement, let's move next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 15, item number 3.4, proposed alienation for community facilitation purposes, F number 1055, Makabeni, A51MM complex, as depicted on plan number SJ4762/5 by public tender. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got Councillor Z. Kuzwaya from DA. I've got Councillor Hlengwa from APF. I've got Councillor Reddy from ADEC, then Councillor Ngumalo from IFP. In that order, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Angibonge Somlomo. Somlomo CDA siyawumukela umbiko futhi siyaweseka. Kubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi inkonzo zibe nendawo yokukhonzela. Kodwa ngifisa ukudluliseka unganeliseki noma isexwayisa ukuthi lo mkhandlu kumele uqaphele ukuthi zonke inkonzo zibhekelelwa ngendlela efanayo. Ayingicaphune nje amazwi kaPetro lapha na Luka 18 verse 28. Kodwa uPetro wathi bheka sikushiyile obengokwethu sakulandela. Wathi kubona ngiqinisile ngithi kini akekho oshindle yakhe noma umkakhe noma abafowabo noma abazali noma abantwana ngenxa yombuso kaNkuluNkulu ongeke athole okuphindwe kaningi kwamanje nasesikhathini esizayo. Ukuphila ukuphakade.
There's a point of order somewhere.
Yes, Somlomo. Engala kwe ANC.
Who's raising a point of order?
Councillor Ukhunju.
Ukhunju.
Somlomo. Bengithi uCouncillor lapho hloniphekile akastike kwi-item ayikho i-item yaseBhayibhelini ekhona kwi-agenda namhlanje.
Point of order, Councillor Khunju is overruled. Proceed, Councillor Ngati.
Udinga umkhuleko nje Councillor.
Order.
Somlomo uma ngikusho lokho Somlomo ngoba ngifuna ukuthi nebandla laseZanu kumele malibhekelele ekutheni lithole indawo njengoba li-apply kodwa kungenzeki. Somlomo uma sisokhetha iphele emasini inhlangano ezibusayo kulomkhandlu iEFF neANC bayokubona kwabona uSawule eDamascus ngo2024. Sengivala Somlomo.
Order. Councillor Kuzwayo, qhubeka.
Ayi Speaker kuzomela uKhansela usithole akasize sihlelele amakhansela umkhuleka nenkingi. Sengivala Somlomo.
Can you please debate the item? Don't provoke other councillors.
Ile khathi yakhe sekhanda.
Uzokhala ke bani. Sengivala Somlomo. uPaul esebandleni laseFesu esevalelisa ubaxwayisile ngezimo ezifana nalezi. Ake ngicaphuna incwadi yabaseFesu 6 uverse 10 lapho ethi khona hlomani ikhali kaNkuluNkulu ukuze nibe namandla okumelana namaqhinga kaSathane. Asibambene negazi nenyama kodwa sibambene nababusi bezwe. njengoba ubabona beza nje.
Sisontiswa ngenkani.
Nathi somlomo ebandleni laseZion siyothokoza uma sesifeze konke ukuthi sime nathi sinikezwe indawo zamasonto. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
Thank you. Order.
Kololi.
Speaker,
Order. Stengwa is on the floor.
Speaker, likewise, Speaker, I would like to quote the Bible. Kufeziwe, Speaker. Can we proceed?
Thank you, Councillor Stengwa. Councillor Veti.
We thank the Lord for this item, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Numalo. Where is Numalo?
Mkhona Speaker,
Please address council.
No, thank you very much.
Order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mhlawumbe umuntu kaqala ekutheni uyayiwelcome le item ngoba kuyavela ukuthi ikomiti lenze konke okusemandleni ukuthi li advertise this vacant land. So ke mangekho ku apply then ke isonto ke laseke layithatha. Kodwa ke ngaphekwa lokho uza kwethu lokwa DA ngifisa ukuthi ngihambe lapha ahambe khona ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi namanye amabandla ayibheke lezi indawo lezi ezivacant ngoba umasipala ugwevile nazo ngenxa yokuthi vele njengomasipala siyafuna ukuthi indawo zikhokhelwe ama rate so ngalesikhathi vacant ingaonwa umuntu umasipala ukhona ukucosha okuthize kona so ke namanye amabandla ke siyafisa ukuthi awahambe ayihlonze lezi indawo lezi ebese ke uyayithatha uyi-own ngalawo mazwi ke siyinkatha enkuleko yesizwe siyayimukela item.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Numalo. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Great.
Thank you. City Manager, next item.
Page 16, item number 3.5, authority to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Water Research Commission of South Africa for the purposes of strategic collaboration to strengthen water and sanitation research and innovation. Committee recommends.
Manjena Hlengwa angisazi noma ngiqhubeke ngikufunde la kulama list ngoba ngikufunda njalo ya withdraw kodwa ngoba igama lakho lisekhona uqala ngoCouncillor Hlengwa ngize ngoCouncillor uReady.
Withdraw, Speaker.
Hlengwa ukhona?
As Speaker.
Kubo Nxumalo then kubo Ngwengwe. Qala ke Hlengwa.
Withdraw, Speaker.
Okay. My number one speaker is Nxumalo.
No, siyabonga Speaker. Okokuqala nje Speaker sifisa ukuthi njengeqembu lika IFP siuncome lo msebenzi owenziwa umasipala ngoba akuwenza umqondo ophelele yokuthi abantu baseThekwini bewakhokhela amanzi kodwa ke begcine empompini yabo bemukele amanzi angahlanzekile ngakho ke umkhandlu ukwenza lesi siqiniseko sokuthi amanzi ahlala ngaso sonke isikhathi ehlanzekile ukuze nje singabibikho isidingo sokuthi ngihambe ngiyothenga amanzi ngenxa ukuthi amanzi aphuma empompini asapply umasipala angwathembi ngakho ke siyafisa ke ukukushayela izandla lokho njengeqembu la IFP sithi impela konke okuzokwenza ukuthi abantu baseThekwini beyithole noma bezizwe beseyiviseka ngenxa lamasipala asisoze njengeqembu lenkatha simentabeni siphikisana nalokho ngakho siyayimukela item. Thank you.
Thank you Councillor Ngwengwe.
Thank you Somlomo. Sizoqhubeka njalo ukubambisana nenhlangano ezihlukahlukene ukuqinisekisa ukuthi sithola abantu abasilekelelayo ukwenza sikuthumele amanzi ahlanzekile kanjalo nokuqhamuka namaswa amasha ukudila nezinto ezithinta indle nokuqoqwa kwayo. So ke siyawamukela lo mbiko olapha namhlanje. Thank you Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ngwengwe. Councillors, page 16, item 3.5. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Siyabonga. City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 17, item 3.6, request for authority to transfer funds to project number X 8226, contract WS7683, mechanical and electrical rehabilitation of fire damage to Zuma Reservoir 2 water pump station. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager, Councillor H. Shozi, DA, Councillor Hlengwa, APF, Councillor Reddy, ADEC, IFP, Councillor Kuala, ANC, Councillor Mazibugo, and Councillor Ndlovu. In that order, Councillor Shozi.
Ngibonge somlomo. Ngibingelele kubo bonke abayingxenye yomhlangano namhlanje. Somlomo siyiqembu le-Democratic Alliance siyasemukela lesiphakamiso esizolekelela ekutheni kusheshe ukulungiswa kwenqalasizinda yamanzi eNtuzuma. Nakuba kunjalo somlomo, asikubeke obala ukuthi umphakathi waseNtuzuma usuhlukumezeke isikhathi esikhulu ngenkinga yamanzi. Sizwile embikweni wakhe ekuseni somlomo uncoma ukusebenza kukamhlonishwa ubaba usodolobha umeya ekusukumeleni lolu daba nokuba nezimbizo zomphakathi ukuchazela ngokuqhubekayo ukulekelela ekutheni ilungiswe lenqalasizinda. Somlomo nakuba ikhona imizamo eyenziwayo ukulungiswa isimo, umphakathi waseNtuzuma unengcindezi yokungawatholi amanzi ngendlela. Ama-water tankers awatholakali ngendlela eyanelisayo. Somlomo kuyimanje kunabantu baseNtuzuma abalinde izimoto zamanzi kodwa zigcine zingafiki. Indlela okuhanjiswa ngayo izimoto zamanzi emphakathini ayinabo ubulungiswa kodwa inokwenzelela. Ubaba umeya wethulele umphakathi waseThekwini izimoto zamanzi ezintsha ceke kodwa phezu kwakho konke lokho abantu bayakhala. Izimoto azibona. Sengiqeda somlomo, ngicabanga ukuthi umphakathi waseNtuzuma kanye nathi siyingxenye yomkhandlu siyadinga ukwazi imbangela eyadala ukusha noma ukulimala kwalenqalasizinda. Ngiphinde ngicele somlomo ukuthi ake ufake impela amehlo lapha eNtuzuma ukuyibheke le ndaba yokuthi izimoto zamanzi azihanjiswa ngokuyiqiniso, zihanjiswa ngokwenzelela. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shozi. Thank you very much. Councillor Hlengwa.
Angibonge Speaker. Ngiyafisa ukuthi siqale ngokuyisupporta le ebaluleke kakhulu kodwa bengifisa ukuqala ngokucorrecta a wrong narrative that has been painted by the previous speaker. Mina ngihlala eNtuzuma. Akulona iqiniso ukuthi izimoto zamile. I personally along with the councillors, ward councillors there, we ensure that cars, these trucks are distributed kuwo wonke umuntu okhona endaweni. The only problem that we have is that in Tuzuma,
Order, Speaker. Someone is shouting and behaving like a buffoon.
Order. Who's that? Order. Councillors, please. Councillor Hlengwa is on the floor. Let's respect and allow him to speak.
ngiyafisa ukuthi singaqhatha amakhansela nabantu bomphakathi ukuze sikwazi ukuskora ama-political goals ethu. I-problem esinayo eNtuzuma ukuthi amanzi awekho permanently and iNtuzuma inkulu, iy'moto zincane. Akekho umuntu ongachuza enye area ayeke enye area. Wonke umuntu uyikhansela layo yonke iward osuke ukuyona. So on behalf of the ward councillors in Tuzuma, I want to assure this council and those sitting at home that imoto are being distributed evenly according to in-need esinayo eNtuzuma. Into ebuhlungu kakhulu ukuthi sewisikhathi eside singenawo amanzi eNtuzuma. Uqeda nya lento le yokuthi abantu basebenzisa indaba yamanzi aseNtuzuma njengama-political scoring point. Sifisa ukuyisupporta le initiative so that kuzoshesha ukuza kwamanzi kubantu bakithi eNtuzuma. Ngiphuma khona mina eNtuzuma asinawo vela amanzi kodwa asingakusebenzisi njengekhadi lezepolitiki ukuze score ama-point. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Kuala.
Covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Kuala.
Asibonge somlomo.
I'm not taking hands. I'm referring to speakers here. Councillor Kuala.
Speaker. Sorry, Speaker.
No.
Speaker, you said we will able to take hands from the floor from those who want to debate because we got the agenda late. You said that yourself, Speaker.
Let me conclude, Councillor Kuala. I will respond to that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Somlomo. I think there's a confusion here. This vote came in on the 26th of April, where it was an urgent tabled by the mayor that there was an urgent need to be attended at a 15 million value in Intuzuma with the same vote number. And I'm not sure what we're talking about when we are talking about 12.9 million now. Maybe a clarity must be given by the mayor, because all those vote number, we took money from vote number X5189E, vote number X6307CZ1, Y6524AZ1, and X6721A. We transferred those vote numbers, lump sum of amount to vote X8662 to urgently deal with those issues of damage in the Tuzuma pump stations. But today it comes like 12 million. Is there any explanation maybe from the city manager or from the mayor, because the mayor was tabling it as an urgent intervention?
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuala. Councillor Kambule, I agree that what we announced in the meeting of whip of parties, because the agenda was ready on Wednesday, but at the beginning of the meeting, because there was sufficient time to deal with this agenda when we were dealing with the in-committee items, then I was of a view and assumed that political parties has submitted speakers list to save time, and I'm told that yes, that commitment was made, but when we start the meeting, the assumption was that everyone who wants to speak has sufficient time to look at the item and submit names. But if maybe you want to speak on the item, you will indicate to me, you will be afforded that opportunity if there are items where you want to speak. Councillor Mazibuko, okay, there is a hand. You want to speak? Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazibuko.
Sibonga somlomo, ohloniphekile sibingelele kuwe, sibingelele kumhlonishwa uMayor Mxolisi Khawunda.
Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
Order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
Nyambose.
No, I just want to check, Speaker, which agenda was received late? Because as far as I know, the main agenda was emailed to councillors yesterday. Because if you allow this, it means that kuma items alandelayo, someone from the ANC, but let's proceed.
As an evidence.
Uyazi ukuthi inkinga enkona la engayazi ukuthi yabona ndandlala. Mina I have a responsibility to guide this council. I have no time to play. Now when we are making noise destructive, I can't hear. Because umsindo oza ngapha wenze ngamuzwa okhulumayo. Manje lento iyenza ngibe uspeaker njengathi usidunyelo ungalaleli kahle. Manje ngiyacela ukuthi njoba abantu la bebukile ku Facebook, musani ungenza uspeaker njengathi ulele. Funa ngilalele attentively for me to make a proper ruling. Ngiyacela ke bekhuluma umuntu ningamemezi ukuze ngizwe. Futhi umuntu la kule council mebheda ubhedela mina hayi nina. Now let's respect each other and proceed. Nyambose, you're on the floor.
Cha, angiconclude Speaker ngokuthi ngokwazi kwami ama-agenda athunyelwe izolo kuma-emails onke amakhansela futhi abawatholile ngoba mawuvumela lokhu uzokwenza ukhondolo oluzoba ingozi okuzothi kuma-items alandelayo umuntu avele athi nje nami ngifuna ukukhuluma ngoba taking advantage of what you're doing. We all received our agendas yesterday.
Yeah.
Asifuna ukuhlala
I understand your point, Nyambose. It's a pit now I have to explain something that we discussed in the meeting of party whips. You should have been informed by your whip. It was a decision in the meeting of party whips because when we had a meeting, an announcement was made that the agenda will be ready on Wednesday. There'll be no sufficient time for parties to submit lists. Then we said, those who can submit speakers, please do so. And they were encouraged to do so. Then the meeting also said, those who might be unable to submit the list, we will take their speakers on the floor because the agenda reached councillors late. It was a decision of the party whips, of which I don't see anything wrong with that. We appreciate that some parties submitted lists, but if there are those who have not submitted lists, that decision of the party whip will still stand and bind all parties. Let's proceed. Manje lo mgqiqo engihamba ngawo umphela umthetho uyawulimaza.
Asibonge somlomo.
Right? Councillor Mazibuko, you are on the floor.
Sibonge kakhulu somlomo, sibingelele kuwe, sibonge ithuba. Sinikeza lona, sibingelele ku Mayor weTheku, ubaba uMbimbi, sibingelele ku Deputy Mayor. Sibingelele kuwo wonke amakhansela omkhandlu weTheku akhona. Siyabonga somlomo. Okokuqala sicela ukudlulisa ukubonga kakhulu kubaba uMeya Shabasheki esingalali ubusuku nemini ukwenza sure ukuthi i-service delivery iyafika kubantu. Kwasha i-pump station eNtuzuma enyangeni ezedlule. Sibonge nje ukuthi ubaba uMeya wafika ezo addressa abantu eNtuzuma. Senza sure ke ukuthi abantu baseNtuzuma bayawathola amanzi ngendlela futhi efanele. Yingakho sinxusa sinxenxa ukuthi le yamali ebekwe lapha ngaphezulu ukuthi ayifakwe ukuze le pump station ilungiswe ngokusemthethweni ukuze bonke abantu baseNtuzuma namaphethelo bawathole amanzi. Ilokho somlomo siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Mazibuko. Councillor Epindlovu.
Bingelele somlomo sibonge. Oza kwethu asebekhulumile bangangishaya ngeorder mangakhulumi ngama-truck. Cha le report ikhuluma ngo-mechanical no-electrical kuphela. Sengenzela ukuthi bangathi angikhulumi ngayo. Esifisa ke ukwenza la somlomo. Okokuqala ngesikhathi kusho i-pump station yaseNtuzuma kwaba khona umsebenzi owuphuthuma owenziwa ukulekelela ukuthi amaphampa aqhubeka besebenza. So ngale budget njengoba sithi si reprioritize lama funds, transfer ama funds, sesifuna ke ukwenza ukuthi kuqinisekiswe ukuthi umsebenzi odila nomonakalo owenzeka ulungiswe ngokuphelele ngoba njengoba amaphampa arana ngento eyenziwa temporary shothi kokwesikhashana nokubambisa kodwa umonakalo owenziwa kwakusenziwe assessment isitholakele ke assessment kwase kuyabonakala nezindleko ezidingekala izokwazi ukukhava umonakalo owenzeka. So ngale report sifuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ANC i-pump station yaseNtuzuma ibuwele esimweni nabo bonke ubuxhakaxhaka obekade bukhona bube ngalendlela obabukade buyibona ukuze kwazi ukulekelela imiphakathi eyakhelele yandawo iqhubeke ithola amanzi. Siyayisupporta kakhulu le item siyinqole emasondo sonke. Ngiyabonga Speaker.
Thank you very much Councillor Ndlovu. There is a hand again Kajeni.
Ngiyabonga Speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi ubafo laphana uyangikhava kancane. Sibonge kakhulu umsebenzi omuhle owenziwa usihlalo we-EFF kuleli committee ukuthi sikwazi ukuprovide i-service delivery kubantu baseThekwini because we must give credit where it's due. It's the EFF ubuhlakani bayo enza isiqinisekiso ukuthi lezi imali they are correctly allocated kule misebenzi ezokwenza ukuthi i-service delivery abantu baseNtuzuma nenanda engenela kakhona kancane bakwazi ukuthola amanzi ngendlela ebalekile. So bengenzela ukuthi nje wena somlomo lokhu kwazeke ukuthi kahle kahle le service delivery I driver u chairman we EFF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kajeni. Thank you very much. Nale order. Nale ukuthi kukhona ubafo. Siyayinotha nale. Councillors at the recommendation agreed.
Sorry, Somlom. Oh, sorry, Somlom.
Thank you.
Clarity, Somlom.
No clarity.
No, aye, Somlom.
No clarity. I gave you order.
No, Somlom.
Order. Councillor Kuala,
Yes,
lower your hand.
yes.
I gave you a chance to speak. You spoke, you concluded your point without any disruption. In your submission, you should have included the clarity you wanted to pose. It should have been part of your debate. Because even if you pose a clarity question here, you won't get an answer. Therefore, there's no need to give you a chance to raise the clarity after I gave you a chance to speak without any disruption. With due respect, I won't allow you to raise that question. The clarity will move to the next item because the item has been concluded. City Manager?
Somlom.
Honorable
Somlom.
Speaker.
No, Somlom.
Thank you very much,
Ngicela
Honorable
clarity ngize
Speaker.
ngafaka ucity manager ngafaka umayor ukuthi phela sikwazi
Item
ukuphenda
number
imali kabili, Somlom. Somlom.
City
The
Manager.
corruption le Somlom. Awukwazi ukuthi
Page
uphinde
18, item
kabili item eyodwa
3.7,
uphinde imali
review
kabili.
of electricity tariffs for
Uphasisiwe nje Somlom 15
2023-2024.
million.
Committee
April.
recommends.
Owani lo 12 million osuphasiswa for the same vote number Somlom.
On page 18, item 3.7, review of electricity tariffs for 2023-2024. Committee recommends.
Councillors, we are on page 18, item 3.7. I've got speakers on the item. Councillor Mtetwa and Kaveda.
Illegal opinion. Anikwazi ukuphinde vote number kabili.
Speaker, my name is there as well. Speaker.
Speaker, my name
I've got speakers, I've got Mtetwa, I've got Kaveda, I've got Lengwa, I've got Reddy, I've got Sight, I've got Councillor Kuala,
Iclarity angiyitholile la. Musungiqhubeka Somlom
Councillor
previous item.
Councillor Mtetwa.
Abantu bayabuka nje Somlom ukuthi usiphethe ngewisa la. Iclarity ngiyicelile lonto ikhona on record.
Councillor Kuala, order.
Ayikho order nje Somlom. Ungicindezela. Why kufaka u15 million phinde kufaka u12 million kwi vote number eyodwa Somlom. uApril no August. Musana ukuganga nithatha imali
Councillor Kuala, order please.
Musana ukuganga Somlom nithatha imali zabantu.
Mtetwa, you want the floor?
Ayichazwe lento lena. Ivote number iyodwa la.
Skip umthetho.
Hawu Somlom kanti uyicorruption impela kwa wena.
Councillor Anipen. Can you speak to Kuala to behave, please?
ANC. Hayi mina uhuyiphula.
Order.
Imini impela kumanqosolo la.
Order.
Imini uphethe ungatshebani.
Order.
Somlomo siconfine Somlomo.
Order. Councillor Kuala. No, Councillor Kuala. Order.
Number niphinda kabili.
Nyambose, you're on the floor.
Ngicele i-point of clarity kumeya. Ngayicela ku-city manager. Wena ungene lapho awubantu bachaza. Somlomo, that is wrong ukuthi ngaphindi ivote kabili.
Councillor Kuala, please behave. Mtetwa.
Ayikho ukubehave la Somlomo.
Speaker.
12 million no 15 million. Musana ukudlala ngabantu Somlomo. Leya ngiyalungiswa.
Kuala, I'm appealing to you. Please, Kuala, please. Councillor Mtetwa, you're on the floor.
Ngikhuluma into efanele ngiyikhulume la.
I'm not taking hands. Councillor Mtetwa is on the floor.
Point of order, Speaker.
Mtetwa.
Point of order, Speaker.
Corruption ka ANC.
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, Speaker.
Ayikwazi vote number kabili.
Speaker, ngicabanga ukuthi akukho fair, Speaker, ukuthi ucolleague acele iclarity kwi-item
ebese clarity ayicelile anganikezwa bese kudlulwa kuyona. Because uyakusho ukhansela ukuthi le mali eyehlisiwe ibuyiswe ngento efanayo, just that kuhluka inamba kwathiwa 15 million kwathiwa 15 million, then here seku 12 million, but on the same thing ubefuna iclarity kuloko ku city manager umayor. So I think it's unfair if enganikezwe iclarity kuloko then sidlule.
Yeah.
Ilokho
Councillor Nxumalo, order. Councillor Nxumalo, I've already made my ruling on the matter. That Councillor Kuala was afforded an opportunity to speak on the matter. We have passed now that item. We are in the next item. Can you please respect the decision I'm making, even if you are not comfortable with it, but it's a ruling?
Follow up, Speaker. Follow up.
No. I've ruled on the matter.
It's a follow up, Speaker.
No. I've
I'm
ruled
not
on the
against your
matter.
ruling.
I've ruled on the matter. No follow up.
Speaker.
Nxumalo,
I'm not against
Councillor
it.
Nxumalo,
I'm not against
I'm not taking hands. I've ruled on the matter.
But
Speaker, IFP is requesting for a 10-minute caucus, please.
Can I give you 8 minutes?
It's pointless. Nobody sticks to that time.
invite the IFP caucus back to council.
Eight minutes is up, we're back.
Let's take our seats. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm-
Speaker, can you please start with the meeting?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Please take your seats.
Councillor Ayanda, hlala phansi.
Let's take our seat, councillors, please. Order. Let's allow the IFP to report back on the outcome of their caucus. Order, councillors. We are back now in council. Yes, Councillor Kosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, I must...
Order, councillors. Councillor Kosi is on the floor. We have to listen to him so that we hear the report back. Apologies, Councillor Kosi. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, I must thank the city manager for making time to explain what was confusing. But we also wanted to register our disappointment to you, Honorable Speaker, because we wanted to give you 100% respect, but the way you conduct yourself is unacceptable. And we are not going to allow you to do what you did to Councillor Kwala. We all know, colleagues, that there are problems with regards to project management and also planning, which resulted to also on the issues of adjustment. So those are the clarities that we were seeking and we got. And we believe officials, if they are here to explain if there are so other issues that are not clear to councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkosi.
Speaker.
Apologies to Councillor Kwala if my decision offended you. Apologies again to the IFP leadership if that ruling offended you. I have no intention to offend any councillor, to offend any political party. I try by all means to be transparent, to be fair, and to guide the meeting according to the rules. But thank you very much to bringing that to my attention. Apologies, Councillor Kwala. Thank you. City Manager, just move to next item.
Speaker.
Councillor Mvubu.
No, Speaker, I think it is important because this meeting is broadcast through social media, and there are people that are actually watching this meeting. So there were allegations that were made by Councillor Kwala in saying that there is a corrupt activity that is alleging on this item. Now, Babu Nkosi is coming back to say CC manager has explained to them and that's what they wanted. But it's important that we must make the public aware because an allegation has been made that there is some corrupt activity that is being alleged on this particular item. So I thought that when they come back to reports, they are going to make those engagement with the CC manager known to the public. Because a clarity was given to them to say, this is the same projects. It is correct, in April, there was a report which came on the urgent basis because the pump station caught fire and it had to be stabilized.
Councillor Mvubu, I don't want to be tempted to debate the item.
It's not a debate, Speaker.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to caution you.
It's just to give context and clarity. So that this arrangement, this item now that is coming back to deal with the same reservoir, it is specific. It's dealing with the electrical damages and the mechanical damages. So it's a continuation of work that was initially started in April. That is why.
Yes, no, let me stop
that is
you.
why they.
With due respect, the IFP raised an issue in council. I then made the ruling that no clarity would be provided. I explained the reasons. They requested a caucus, invited the city manager to come and clarify in a caucus meeting. I granted city manager permission to join them. They are back now in council. They are saying they are clear after everything has been clarified. Now, there are a number of points we are raising. The first point is the point about the allegations of corrupt activities. And now the mistake we are doing is to further try to explain the content of the report. Let's deal with the first part we have raised, the issue of the alleged corruption. The problem that we are going to have here in council, when the IFP is back from caucus, as a speaker, I can't dictate on what matters they must decide to report back. It is their discretion to reveal to council what was their discussion. It is not in the powers of the speaker. Now, they reported back on what was discussed, then I'm moving with the discussion. Now, if there are other issues on the statement made, it becomes difficult for me to compel or to force the party to speak on that, unfortunately.
No, thank you very much.
Order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I really have no intention to debate the IFP. All I was saying is that in public meeting, they've made those allegations. Equally, when they've got a clarity, why are they not coming back to say we've got clarity? There was no corruption activity that is being alleged here. So that's all that I'm saying. Whether they want to report back on this or not, it's their problem, but I have the responsibility to do that.
Thank you. Let's not open the debate. Order. Let's not open the debate.
Point of order.
No, order. Councillors, lower your hands. Councillor Penny, Councillor Ghost, lower your hands. Councillors, let's not start a new habit. We can't debate outcomes of caucuses.
Yeah.
Let's not do that. This is a report from the caucus. I can't take hands to debate the outcome of the caucus. Thank you. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
We are now on page number 18, item number 3.7, review of electricity tariffs for 2023-2024 financial year.
City Manager. Councillors. Order.
Ngiqhubeka Somlomo.
Let's allow our City Manager to present the item, then we take hands. Yes, Councillor Ntshangase?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Let me start with this point of order first.
You are in breach of your own rules now. You close
Let
the
me
debate
take
and
this
you're
point of
allowing
order
discussion.
first. Point of order, Ntshangase?
Honorable Speaker, our reputation as an ANC and also as a council, by what Councillor Gala said to us that we are corrupt by
Now the matter has been closed by the Speaker. The matter
No,
has been
no,
closed.
Councillor Ntshangase, I have already made a ruling on the matter. Yeah. Order. Councillors, order.
No, Speaker, but we have been slandered and dragged down the mud by the IFP in the full view of the community.
Order,
We cannot
Councillors.
allow them to just slander us like
The
this and
Speaker
get
has
away with
ruled on the
it.
matter.
No, we are not
The
speaking
Speaker
on
has ruled
what
on the
The leaders
matter.
land
Councillors, don't be destructive. Councillor Reddy. Order.
This is my point of order.
You raised the point of order. It's fine if you forgot. Councillors, let's proceed. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 18, item number 3.7, review of electricity tariffs for 2023-2024 committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chetwa, Gavenda, Hlengwa, Councillor Mieni, Councillor Reddy, Councillor Said, Councillor Kuala, Councillor Pillay, and Councillor Mthembu. In that order, Nyambose.
Councillor Governor will speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if one recalls the electricity tariffs, this was where the DA fielded almost 16,000 objections from residents who were quite perturbed at the incredulous, unacceptable, ludicrous tariffs, which were in excess of the 21%, well above NASA recommendation, and this was months ago. Now, shortly thereafter, we had an adjustment budget, and this was moved in this very council. We have critical issues plaguing the city.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker, this council have never passed tariffs that is 18.2%. It has never happened.
Okay.
Speaker, I did not mention 18%.
Councillor Gavenda, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, with critical issues plaguing the city like streetlights, trip-outs, streetlights, outages, delays in MV, LV repairs, streetlights, available of materials, vehicles that are expected to be on site, on time, and with some urgency, we expected all of this with the new budget. Now, the new budget was where we had a point of departure because budget speaks to all of these things, and tariffs then inform our budgets. Councillors and residents hardly see any teams from electricity fixing streetlights, and here is where I'm going to explain why I'm laboring on the issue of streetlights and tariffs. In a report that was presented to the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee in July, it stated that for 2023, the electricity department had zero budget for streetlights. It was mentioned that officials should not be expected to do work that is over and above the budget given to this department. We all know that eThekwini has about 400,000 streetlights. Now, here's the reason why they're not getting fixed. When the budget was drafted, which was, at that time, people were saying we were trying to suffocate ratepayers in the city with the highest tariffs, that tariff informed the municipality on how to project their budgets for this unit. When the first decrease in tariffs hit, this directly impacted on the electricity budget. When the second decrease came in line with the NERSA recommendations, the city further adjusted millions out of electricity. We are reliably informed that finance changed the budget for streetlights to zero. And you remember this was approved by the majority in this council. And this is indeed a problem that now affects the entire city. With more than 400,000 streetlights that need to be serviced and maintained, the fact is that there is no provision whatsoever allocated to the streetlights maintenance budget for 2023-2024 because of these decreases in the tariffs. Now, when the budget was originally drafted and taken out for public consultation, you knew then that you were on the wrong track. Now, to quote my colleague, Councillor Birka, in previous statements, he said, because of the public outcry, the increase was then cut back to just over 18%, that resulted in a budget cut of 550 million rand. With streetlights already in jeopardy, the further reduction to 15.1% is now in alignment with NERSA, but it equated to another 580 million rand in reduction for revenue and subsequently resulted in exclusion of streetlight maintenance. Now, when residents are screaming at us to explain why the streetlights don't get fixed, and this is why. Because you put in tariffs preempting revenue that the city was going to receive, and now NERSA has turned that down. This is a victory for residents because these tariffs have come down in line with the submissions that were made, but your lack of foresight has resulted in a prejudice to residents. Now, this two-time review could have been avoided had you listened to ratepayers in the first place, and we stand by our ratepayers and support any decrease in tariffs. If you ran the city better, it would have been lower. So we support this item because it does bring much-needed relief to the taxpayer, and this is why you are now being forced to implement this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gavenda, APF, Councillor Hlengwa.
Angibonge Somlomo. Si African People First siyathokoza kakhulu ngale recommendation ebonakala ibacabangela abantu, kodwa ke okunye kuye kusikhulule kakhulu kulento yalama tariff ukuthi vele kulo masipala weTheku abantu bakithi laba abantu layo basuke benga expectekile kakhulu ukuthi bakhokhe lezi imali lezi sikhuluma ngazo ngenxa ke yokwazi nokuthi le radical economic transformation iyaphuza ukufika sike sisidudu soyikona ke nje ukuthi ke la tariff uthina our impozo kakhulu ukuthina siyayisupporta le ukuthi ehliswe sengazi usike kungaba into yakhona njalo ukuthi kwenzeke, kodwa ke ngiye ngidumane mangithola abantu abanama means ukuthi bakhokhe bese kube yibona futhi abakhala kuqala ukuthi bakhokhiswe imali ezinkulu. Kahle hle vele noma singahlala sonke singakhokhi ikhokhe bona bodwa ngoba ibona abathathile umhlaba wethu usezandleni zabo vele. Iyona ndlela ke leyo ukubuyisa umhlaba wethu abakhokhe labantu. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Mieni, Deputy Mayor.
Siyabonga Somlomo, sizoqala ukuthi i-item siyayisupporta kodwa kubalekile ukuthi kubantu bakithi sikhuluma iqiniso ekutheni edabeni lama tariffs kagesi sisuka phi khona. Sisuka la kade sinama public engagement khona sikhuluma ngodaba lwebudget la khona saphuma siphethe u21.9%. Bakhuluma abantu bakithi ukuthi lelo nani lelo likhulu. Sakucacisa futhi ukuthi udaba lukagesi into omasipala balawulayo kakhulu ukuthi irregulate kakhulu institution ekuthiwa uNEFSA. Sasho sathi lokhu esiza nakho kusubjected ukuthi azogcina etheni ama% azofika noNEFSA njengoba silala sikhona kufanele sishaye izandla futhi ezithi we are moving forward ekutheni ngempela udaba lwe-electricity njengoba ne-constitution issue ukuthi into ebalekile ukuthi bonke abantu bayithole ukwazi ukuthi ube affordable for bonke abantu but as per i-item siyayisupporta kakhulu siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the DA on the Executive Committee voted against the reduction of tariffs for electricity and did the very same thing in the committee. And now they've done a complete 360-degree turn. I think it's because of the pressure from ratepayers and the public. So clearly they're playing to the public gallery. As ADIC, we are pleased to learn that the Electricity Department has taken the initiative to reduce the tariffs by about 2%. Although it's a great start, we know it's not the ideal situation. We believe that the tariffs are still exorbitant and more revision on the pricing is needed until it's affordable for our residents. The hard fact remains, those that have refused to support this recommendation are in essence supporting higher tariffs for our residents, like the DA has done on the Executive Committee and the Infrastructure Committee. This is unacceptable, and it's time for the Council to act in the best interests of the people that we serve. Fellow councillors, it is time to put aside our political differences, stop making political speeches, and work towards the betterment of our community. We need to focus on the hard facts that and stop playing petty politics, because that only benefits a few. Let us work together to reduce the electricity tariffs in eThekwini further and alleviate the burden on our citizens. It's time to act in their best interests and not our political party interests. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as we find ourselves within the city burdened daily with rates and utility hikes, it's clear that the electricity unit is the tool used to exercise the city's might over area debt by terminating electricity supply to registered users only, which in turn increases the cost to this unit exponentially and burdens the ratepayer with connection and disconnection fees. It must be noted that the high electricity costs are not currently based on usage of subscribed paying citizens, but also stolen through unmonitored and unmeasured illegal connections, which burdens our grid and costs to the unit, that in turn prejudices the subscribers, who are mainly ratepayers by far and large. We find that in almost all of the 595 informal settlements we have, either some prepaid meters and mostly illegal connections, which the city will not take a position on and be decisive. We must be clear as the Active Citizens Coalition, as we understand the plight of the indigent and the informal sector, we must realize as a city that there is no cap on urbanization, and it is an ongoing situation since democracy, which increases exponentially election by election for reasons known to some. We must be clear that the city is on the brink of collapse on many fronts, and will if the city and its officials do not address the issue with the attitude and problem-solving characteristics it deserves. As we progress towards understanding top structure funding and all types of grants, where is the measure of electricity used by the settlement?
Councillor Said, is a point of order. Hlengwa?
No, I think I need to protect our people who are sitting at home, those who are in the informal settlement. I don't know what informal settlement people has to do with the reduction of rates. If he hates them, he must go outside and hate them, not here.
Speaker, can I conclude?
Councillor Hlengwa, I don't even understand the point of order, Patrick Lungil. Proceed, Councillor Said.
As we progress towards understanding top structure funding and all types of grants, where is the measure of electricity used by settlements, and why are these bills not raised towards requests for grants so as to ease the burden on those that pay, which is mainly the subscribed residents of this city being the ratepayer, and allowing for our indigent community living in the informal settlements to live with dignity with paid electricity units. With that being said, ACC supports the reduction in rates, but if the recommendations we make are taken into account, you would find that the electricity increases would be far less than what we're actually seeing today. With that, we support this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Said. Councillor Kwala, IFP.
No, thank you, Somlomo. As IFP, want to emphasize that's one reason we never supported the budget. We voted against the budget because we look much on tariffs, and we try to negotiate the tariffs, but we thank from NESA to be on the side of the people. We even say most people are struggling. As from 2020 and 2021, COVID-19, the unrest and all, people are struggling. We need to be careful on what to the resolution we took. But now when NESA is saying he refer at least 15.1% instead of that high 18.49 we were putting as a municipality. It's a victory to us because we are here not for our own, but for the people voted us to be in here. So we support this item and we wish it was more or less than this one. To us as IFP, 9% is acceptable at least. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kwala. Councillor Pillay, DLC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DLC welcomes the reduction of the electricity tariffs. However, this reduction was not voluntarily done. It had taken NERSA to stop this exorbitant increase over 18% that we approved in May 2023. Mr. Speaker, the high tariff increases since implemented from the 1st of July has hit our residents very hard in the pockets. Many pensioners have struggled to make payments of the utility bills and have had their bills, their electricity disconnected. The sad reality, Mr. Speaker, this hardship has spread throughout the city irrespectively, and many households are struggling. The DLC alerted this House in May when we passed the budget that tariff increases are really going to impact negatively on our ratepayers financially. And this reduction in the electricity cost will bring greater relief to them. However,
time is up. Councillor Pillay, Councillor Beasley, Action SA. It's fine.
I'm covered, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Novavalo, Thembu Zondi.
No, ngiyabingelela Speaker. Ngokukhethelekileyo ngibingelela ukhansela uBilly. Abe iphethe kahle. Speaker, sifuna ukuthi sisupporte le matter ngaphandle kokuchitha isikhathi. Kunesisho kodwa Speaker, ngifuna ukudlula kuleyo ukuthi uyindoda sithi uyindoda noma uthule. Ya, ngiyayidlulela nje kuleyo Speaker, kodwa ngifuna ukuthi ke Speaker, so ANC siyayisupporta le matter. Siyafisa ukuthi umphakathi la ukhona ubone ukuthi ingcindezi esasilwela sithweswe abelungu isakhona namhlanje. Siyazama ukuthi abantu bakithi abantu layo sithi ukwehlisa ama tariffs, kodwa namhlanje bayaziveza ukuthi cha bayafuna ukubeka itshe phezulu kwekhanda lethu sabantu abaxakekile ngokuthi bawanqabe lama tariffs esuka ku21 ayawa ku18 ase u15.1. So sithi siyababongela ke abantu bakithi ukuthi ongungenani siyazama ukulalela sehlise kuze kufike la beba comfortable khona. Siyababongela abantu baseThekwini. Siyabonga Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recommission agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor. Still on page 18. We have item number 3.8, addendum to memorandum extension of the duration of memorandum of agreement between eThekwini municipality and Transnet in relation to joint Durban container terminals, second road access design and traffic modeling. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 speakers on this item. Councillor Hlengo is number 1. In fact, not 4, 3. Councillor Reddy, number 2.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Withdraw. Then Pillay, you are number 2 now.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Or you have withdrawn, I've got 1 speaker, it's Hlengwa only. Hlengwa?
Oh, I've withdrawn, Speaker.
You have withdrawn. Thank you. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager. Page 19.
Item number 9, page 19, item number 3.9, reprioritization of water and sanitation capital budget to accommodate urgent priorities. Committee recommends.
Right, page 19, item 3.9, I've got a list of speakers. Number 1 is Councillor Gavenda. Number 2 is Councillor McPherson. Number 3 is Councillor Kupega. Number 4 is Councillor Hlengwa. Number 5 is Councillor Reddy. Number 6 is Councillor J. Naidu from IFP. Number 7 is Councillor Kuju. 8, Councillor Babalo, Tembu, Zondi. 9, Councillor Begi Mwengwe. 9 speakers.
Mr. Speaker.
All right.
The
in
DLC
that
will
list, Councillor Kavenda, order.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
The DLC will also like to speak on this item.
Patrick, it's 5:10.
Thank you. We can withdraw our DA.
DLC,
colleague's
you want to
name.
speak on the item?
Yes, I want to speak.
Okay.
On the item.
Then find DLC and the EFF. Right. That's fine. Let's start. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Reprioritization of budgets should actually be renamed deck chairs on the Titanic. You know, ships sink because of the water in them. Let that sink in. All puns intended. Now, how do you support an item, again, that takes from one critical project to another? People who have been waiting years and years for some relief, deprived of basic human rights again and again. And the audacity to declare savings in this unit when project upon project is delayed or stalled, it takes its toll on citizens. And you saw it at the polls. You got punished for it. That is why you now have the EFF and the NFP massaging your egos in this council. Now let's look at this item. You have 4 criminal cases filed against the city manager, litigation against the municipality, media reports lambasting the state of our sewer reticulation citywide. But you're recommending that 12 million rand in funding for wastewater treatment be removed and deferred for later. When later? Now let's look at the Ogunjini. What exactly are you doing here? 15 million rand removed because of poor performance of the contractor, but then you talk about the money going to Ogunjini again for a package plan, or did you mean plant? Because what is the package plan, or what is the package plant that you want to put in there? Now, the Gwalas Farm item, where you're again moving out money, is another project that's being deprived, where residents will have to suffer the brunt of this. The rehabilitation of sewer infrastructure of 20 million rand, because the city says that it has grant funding to spend. Why can't you still use that money? We are pleading with National to give us 110 billion rand more to assist us. And yet the spending on grant funding is dismal. Now, why not supplement the rehabilitation of sewers instead of taking money away? God knows that eThekwini needs billions to fix this. This is a serious indictment on your political will and intent to save eThekwini. Now, let's look at the column of where the bulk is going. To auxiliary measures, boreholes, generators, and a possible package plant, if I understood that correctly. This is like the tankers you bought, where water must come from a tap, not from a tanker. That's not service delivery. Now, you create these situations by design and your dubious budgets to pour millions into auxiliary measures instead of actually fixing the problems. Fix the infrastructure, upgrade the infrastructure, and implement consequence management for contractors who are taking ratepayers for a ride. You want to use taxpayers' money to award employees. What do you do when they don't perform? You do nothing. Absolutely nothing. We cannot in good conscience support outright the manner in which this unit is run, the manner in which you treat citizens with contempt and disdain when you play these musical chairs. We will not support this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it's always a pleasure when we know that there's this magnificent audience that it was either yourself or somebody else made reference to that tune in regularly and loyally to listen to both sides of the story. So I'm hoping that attention is going to be paid as to why the Democratic Alliance will not be supporting this. But let me start off by saying we need to practice, not we, but it needs to be practiced what is preached. And right at the beginning, Speaker, and I quote you, you said, we are doing, or the ANC and the EFF are doing everything to address the crisis that the Water Department is facing. And I make mention of the EFF because they chair the Infrastructure Committee, which I'll make reference to in a moment, because they are part and parcel of the problem. And what you meant by that, Speaker, was the addressing the crisis, which is exacerbated by taking these projects away. What you meant was the 4,000 recorded bursts per day that are currently in the city, 4,000 bursts, 58% water lost, 2 billion lost in water revenue, tanker services in chaos. Where on the opposite side of that, Speaker, what we do is, and my colleague made reference to it, we reward senior officials up to a 54% increase in one particular example. With regards to the source of funding, where the projects are being taken away, and this is the specific point, we invite the mayor on his grand imbizo to come to these very projects where they are no longer going to happen, so we can engage with the community and you can speak here face to face, word to word, toe to toe. And the mayor, for those that aren't seen, has accepted that invitation, so we look forward to that. Lovely engagement. This item is a disgrace, friends that are out there listening to it. It shouldn't even be on the agenda. Had we invoiced 2 billion rands worth of lost water and collected 3.5 billion in uncollected debt, which is due for water, both projects could have happened. This is another classic, wonderful example of where the ruling party and the chair of the EFF chair of that particular committee, where there's no accountability, because had proper been planning put in place, we wouldn't have to be looking, shuffling around, buying jetting machines to stop the sewage pumping into the oceans and the streets, which has been made mention of earlier. Proper planning, jetting machines would have been in place, not having to be done through some emergency procedure. And that is down to poor management, and you will not do anything about it. That's the reality of it. The residents should know that this is a direct result of poor, utter planning by the department. We've said, start getting rid of people.
Order. Councillors, I have requested again and again that if the speaker is on the floor, please allow him or her a chance to conclude his debate. Please listen to the speaker. He has been recognized. Apologies, Councillor McPherson. Please.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Ndlovu.
Siyacela okhulumayo Nkosi yami ngoba akahlali kuleli komiti la HSI angamislead iCouncil. U-HSI has allocated the budget okuthenga ama-jetting machines. So le ayikhulumayo ethi there's poor planning ngabe izinto ezikhasha cha ayikho leyo. Siyacela Nkosi yami.
Councillor Ndlovu, your point of order is overruled. Proceed, Councillor McPherson.
I get the last speaker's point, though.
No, Councillor McPherson, order,
that's fine,
order.
But regardless,
Councillor,
the EFF will support this.
Order, Councillor McPherson. I advise you that you
Okay.
don't address your colleagues, you address the speaker.
So coming back to it, Speaker, and friends of the media and friends out there that are listening to this, there is no good reason why projects should be postponed. My colleague made mention of a few of them, but when you talk about sewer reticulation, when you talk about reservoir refurbishment,
Point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I'll request the Honorable Councillor to address you, not the friends. Is addressing the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson, proceed.
my apologies to those that are listening on social media. Let me address rather through the Speaker that when we talk about issues like or projects, the sewer reticulation of Quadabeka, the reservoir refurbishment, and for those that are going without water for up to 3 days because of failure of reservoirs, and the flood damage in the Hillcrest and Glenwood Road that is meant to have been repaired over a year ago, 106 million rand, by the way, budgeted for that. This could have all been avoided. This is all down to 100% poor planning within the department. And in closing, if I may say,
Order,
through you,
order.
Speaker,
Order. Whip of Council. Whip of Council. Can you maintain order that side? For me, please. Can you assist me to have order that side? We can't proceed like this. We have to be tolerant of one another. Even if someone is saying something that you totally disagree with him or her,
even though it's the truth.
but we have to listen. Speakers are on the floor, we are making noise, we are shouting, we are destructive. But when we are addressing council, we want to be given same respect. Whip of Council, can you please assist me to maintain order in the ANC benches? Can we allow speakers to freely engage in council? I'm appealing again. McPherson, please proceed. Apologies.
Thank you. If we'd like an example of how a Department of Water and Sanitation is run, look to the city of Cape Town. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, worship the Mayor, councillors and officials. Thank you, Speaker. I think some of the items that I wanted to address to put it forward to this council I've been covered. But Speaker, I would like to put it to your attention that as this council, we have a responsibility to assist water and sanitation unit. We know as an ethical organization, we always make noise regarding the sewerage and the water loss. So with this movement that we see of moving budget, it needs to be applauded, but the money needs to be channeled in the proper infrastructure that needs to be fixed for us to avoid the sewage spillage and the water loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kubeka. Councillor Hlengwa.
Speaker, umuntu uthakabonge ubuchule bukahlalo waleli committee necommittee lakhe. This reminds me of a previous item where they've realized ukuthi enye yama project abo yayingeke ziphele ngesikhathi ngenxa yokuhamba kwesikhathi bathatha imali bayimuvela kwenye project eyayizophela ngesikhathi kodwa yona ingenayo imali. So this is good thinking. Ngiyayibonga kakhulu indlela abasebenza ngayo esithatha simuvele forward. Now ukuthi ke nje akusiza ukuhlala la sonke isikhathi sikhuluma ngokuthi isuwa igcwele umgwaqo amanzi awekho, then when abantu sebeqhamuka nezinto abazokwazi ukuthi zenze umehluko ngokusheshsha baphuthume isikhathi ngoba asinaso isikhathi yinhle lento abayenzile ukuthi beyimove le mali beyise la ekuphuthuma khona si African People First sizoyisupporta ke le initiative abeza nayo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi abantu bakithi bathola amanzi siqazulule futhi lenkinga yalezi damu konke ehlale ekhulunywa ngazo ngizwile ukuthiwa vele olwandle seku right mhlawumbe ke sobadonsela ngama hose pipe lamanzi asolwandle eze kubone emakhaya bawaphuze babone ukuthi ayaphila lamanzi siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Hlengwa. Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the DA. You know, when we started this journey and we all in this car, they warned the driver to fill petrol. But he didn't fill petrol. We carried on the journey, now we're stuck. And the driver wants to go and get petrol to put in the car so we can complete the journey. They are telling the driver, don't go. It is disheartening to note that in the previous council meeting, the same DA called for the head of water to step down because of the catastrophic disasters plaguing this department and affecting the citizens of Durban. However, now that the head of water is proposing to find funds to address the very issues raised by the DA and all of us in this council, the DA is voting against it. It is clear that there is a trust deficit between the DA and officials of the municipality. But let's be clear about one thing. The proposed projects that the reallocated funds will be used for will come before the committee for deliberation and support. So the DA's argument that they don't know the specifics of the projects is not relevant. We have a responsibility to act in the best interests of our citizens. It's time we set aside political differences and work towards prioritizing the needs of our communities. As ADIC, we support the report. We know that all the projects will require more funding. Fellow councillors, we need urgent action on water and sanitation, and this is non-negotiable. The impact of water shortages and sanitation issues on our communities cannot be understated. We cannot sit back and do nothing while our residents continue to suffer. We need to prioritize and allocate funds to the water and sanitation unit to ensure that our people have access to clean water and proper sanitation. Let's let the driver go, get the petrol, put it in the car, and let's finish the journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Naidu, Jay Naidu.
Speaker, in supporting this recommendation, which seeks to shift funds for urgent and emergency priorities, the IFP notes the following. The Water and Sanitation Unit consumes the largest chunk of the city's budget, but is still the worst performing unit, closely followed by other units. The Water and Sanitation Unit finds itself in the unending throes of water challenges and sewer crises, barely keeping its head above water, literally and figuratively. The IFP is deeply concerned and calls for deep introspection of its performance in line with the implementation of a proper maintenance plan. The millions that are shifting in this unit is swallowed by measures that are very questionable. Increasing dependence and hiring of water tanker services, hiring of security detail to tail plumbers, hiring of jettison machines, and increasing contract plumbers. There is a troubling pattern of how this unit's budget is being utilized. Meanwhile, in communities, no ward is spared from the daily collapse of aging pipes. How do we respond to this? Piece by piece replacement of pipes within a package deal of plumbers and security detail. A case in point being an area in Ward 99, which is in Swallow Road, which underwent 15 burst pipes in 4 weeks. On the 15 occasions within that month, a contract plumber and security service was sent to one road 15 times. The point being, what is the cost analysis of these types of exercises in relation to relaying the collapsing lines that have been identified? Speaker, all across the city, reservoirs are exposed and vulnerable to vandalism and theft. Theft of SCADA equipment is rampant, yet we cannot provide security at critical areas such as reservoirs. Pump stations are on life support, and failed pumps at sewer pump stations have not been replaced in 10 months.
Let's move to the next speaker, Councillor Kunju.
Ngiyabonga somlomo. Siyikomiti elikhulu kumasipalati waseThekwini. Sinama agent priorities adinga i-reprioritization of capital budget. Ikakhulukazi water naka sanitation. Ngiyacabanga ke somlomo ukuthi ezimbizweni umeya akade hamba kuzona kukhona izinto abuye nazo efanele siqhubeke nokwenza ama intervention njengekomiti kuzona. Yingakho nje somlomo sicela le reprioritization kwi capital budget kuze kukwazi ukukhaveka lezo zinto. Maningi ama interventions esiwenzile since infrastructure yethu affectwe disaster ekade ikhona. Kodwa sisaqhubeka namanje sifuna ukuthi amanzi aphume kompompi kwande ipressure somlomo kungandi kakhulukazi ama water tankers. Ingakho nje sicela ukuthi sisupportwe kule item kunama pump station nama reservoirs nama water treatment ekudinga ama urgent intervention kuona. Asijwayele ke ucela reprioritization somlomo kodwa ngoba lezi izinsiza eziyangqo emphakathini nezinto ezithinta impilo zabantu. Mawukhuluma ngesewer spillage ukhuluma ngokuphepha kwempilo yomuntu. Mawukhuluma ngamanzi ukhuluma ngezidingo nqangi eziphilisa abantu basemphakathini. Ngifuna ukuthi ke somlomo siyinhlangano kaANC ukhongolose siyayisupporta le item ukuthi le service delivery ayiye emphakathini ngoba vele iyaphuthuma. Ngifuna ukuthi somlomo kuneyinhlangano ke ezinjengale ephesheya ekuthiwa iDA ehambe ogunjini yashutha yafaka kuma social network ukuthi kunama challenges akhona. Mase sibuya sekufanele senze ama intervention kulowo ma challenges. Sekuyibona manje abazo grandstander bamela kude bathi abazisupport baya abstain zonke lezi zinto somlomo. Kodwa ke vele mangabe uyinhlangano ekukubi noma kukuhle kube kufane makukuhle namangabe kukubi zo uyinhlangano vele engabonakali ukuthi idonsela kakuphi. Si ANC somlomo sithi kubalekile ukuthi si reprioritize capital budget kuze intuthuko yebantwini siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kunju. Councillor Pili, DLC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention the DA is playing ping-pong game in the city just to undermine the metro. But the major downfall is that this time on this item, they have missed the ball. Reprioritizing of capital projects to assist in water and sanitation is key to address the real issues that we have been trying to address for the past year. In fact, the DLC welcomed this item and state categorically that whilst we are purchasing stuffs to address sanitation and water, we need to look at Metro Water in terms of how they are dealing with water leaks. Water leaks are systematically left unattended for weeks and hence throughout the municipality. Contractors are hired, they're not performing the task. They claim to have closed the reference numbers but get paid for it. These sort of stuff need to be investigated. And we can't save on water loss if we timelessly address water leaks in the city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pillay. Councillor Chembu Zondi.
Siyabonga Speaker. No sifisa ukuyisupporta le item Speaker. Early oza kwethi lapha ngaphesheya bakhale ngento yendle egcwele itheku lonke. Bakhala ngamanzi. Baze bakhotha intuzuma ukuthi amanzi awekho. But surprisingly, if senza ama interventions, they will always against ama interventions eswenzayo and badlala ipolitiki ngeimpilo zabantu. Siyakunothisa ke Speaker ukuthi when si deal nama issues aya eindaweni zethu, they don't support lawo ma items. But if wonke lama items esikhuluma ngawo ukuthi kuyo repair angabe uhlange ke sithi nje Durban North sishintshe uhlange selibize ngeDurban North bese uthola support nje enzima kabi ngale ngaphesheya. Sesiyakubona ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi i-issue nje mingakhumba umhlanga noma uDurban North noma ubani, they don't support i-issue enjengaleyo. Fanele uzobize leligama lesingiso Westville nobani then bazosupport. So siyawa supporta kakhulu lama items ngoba ibona futhi abagijima kuqala bayosho ukuthi hayi bathatha izithombe la umasipala awukwenzi kahle. but futhi mangabe sekwenziwa ama-interventions, because inhloso yabo ukubuka lo masipala ufeyila ngaso sonke isikhathi, and we are not going to allow that ukuthi sifeyiliswe i-DA, because sila sikhona sabeka umkhulu babo ukuthi sibe kulesi simo esikhona. We are trying
point of order,
ukulungisa
Speaker.
lezo zinto, Chair. I
Point of
thank
order,
you.
Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order. Tetra, order. Nyambose.
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that the Speaker, Councillor Mthembu, is misleading the House.
Who is Councillor Mthembu?
Order.
Councillor
Order.
Zondi. I'm sorry, Councillor Zondi. Firstly, you can't accuse the DA no Mkhulu Baba because that's got nothing to do with the DA. That is the point of what I'm raising.
That's not
Let me
And
listen.
secondly, the other point that she's misleading
Order.
the House on is the fact that the DA only supports items that go to Westville, Mhlanga and Devon. That's not true. So that must be corrected, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillors. Nyambose, your point of order is overruled. I explained this before. In council meeting, political parties should not be insulted when their political parties are being mentioned in a debate. When we are debating, you should not feel or afraid to mention the name of a political party. Therefore, your point of order is overruled because we are protecting the image of a party. The Speaker is debating. Councillor Mthembu, proceed.
No, thank you, Speaker. No, yes, Speaker, we are doing ama-interventions ey'ndaweni ezi-urgent. Ezinye zazo esithe mangabe kungenzeka izinto kwakhala ama-ambulance nama-siren. Then sidila-ke nalezo zinto-ke because we don't understand. But kufike singeni twasenzi uduma ama-ambulance namabhanoyi mase senza futhi kuduma iy'thuthuthu namabhanoyi kanti yini le fanele siyenze because now siya-intervene where nini enihambe nayoshutha khona so siyakhona-ke ngqo manje siyolungisa le nto akade nikhala ngayo yivumeni-ke bafowethu siyabonga.
Thank you. EFF. Councillor Vobu.
Thank you, Speaker. I think as a council, we must not make a mistake of taking advices and the cue from a very racist and reactionary organization like a Democratic Alliance, which speaks with folk tongue in many instances. So we must never make a mistake as this council to take advice from such people because they are always hypocritical in their approach. It is very important that...
The point of order, Councillor Vobu, Nyambose.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on Rule of Order, Section 16D. If I may read that.
Yes.
Because Councillor Mvubu is calling the DA racist.
Right.
That
Order. Order. True. Order, Councillors. Order. True. True. Order. Let's allow Councillor Mthethwa to read the section is referring to.
That is offensive to us, Mr. Speaker.
Ayikuthandi nawe iDA nawe ayikuthandi.
Order.
Section 16D reads as follows. The councillor may not use offensive or objectionable language or make any remark, opinion, statement, allegation, gesture, or accusation of a disparaging nature. I rise on that point, Mr. Speaker. Him calling us racist is very offensive to us. He must withdraw this, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Order.
Truth.
Order, councillors. I once addressed this matter before. That this rule, Councillor Nyambose, is correct because it depends on an individual. The utterances or the statement that you make, words that you use, to some other people might be offensive, to some not. Therefore, that's why I always advise you to avoid that language which will be offended to other people. Councillor Mvobo, please proceed, but let's be in line so that we don't cause problem for the meeting.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Again,
Speaker.
the interpretation
Speaker.
of what is offensive is very subjective. It's really
No,
depends
no,
on you.
I've already
Thank you.
guided on the matter.
So
Thank
I'm
you,
not
sir.
going to ask him to withdraw.
Come again?
I am not going to ask him to withdraw.
No, that's why I'm saying.
There is one speaker here. There is one speaker.
Order, councillors, order. Councillors, Chetwa, I won't ask Councillor Mvubu to withdraw. Listen. I won't ask Councillor Mvubu to withdraw. But what I'm guiding council is that the issue of the rule we are referring to, it depends on a person whether something being said is offensive or not. But what I'm saying here, I've said it before, that when you are addressing in council, avoid to use language, words that might offend other people. Yeah, Mvubu, please proceed.
Siyabonga Speaker, asikhulume kahle mhlambe ngesizulu.
Hlala ephuzwini ungabe usuchukwini, hlala ephuzwini nje.
No, angilukho ukuchuke ngikulona Speaker. Engikusho nje ukuthi kufanele sigade ukuthi ama advisors wasasa kuphi njengale council. Ngoba khona ngaso sonke isikhathi abahlezi befuna ukusifaka ebumnyameni. Bengathandi into ezo resolve ama problems esithola sikuona singabantu abamnyama. Sila sikhona nje kuyaziwa somlomo ukuthi hayi ngoba lezi zinto lezi abantu abamnyama before bebenazo. Zaye kade zizinto ezilimisiwe ukuthi zizoba sendaweni zabantu abamhlophe le constituency representwa iDA. So ngaso sonke isikhathi uma ngabe kuzo address ama issues affects indawo zabantu abamnyama, iDA okubhlungu kakhulu kuba iBlack Caucus leaders ekuyiyona ekuthiwa ilead debates against izinto ezenzeka kubantu abamnyama. Now, we just have to be honest here, Speaker, and singabi futhi apologetic ukuthi we are deliberating this cause. We are going to make sure ukuthi indawo ihlala abantu abamnyama siyazinikeza lama services abelungu namabhuna nobandlululo ayekade ezincisha abantu bakisa abamnyama okuwukuthi namanje iagenda yeDA isalapho.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Thank you.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Order. The point of order. Councillors, order. Councillor Pili. Councillors, order.
Umthethwa nobhili kanje.
Asilalele ukuthi
Iphunu elobhili, iphunu.
Uyiphunu. Speaker, can I go ahead?
Order.
Speaker, it would be incorrect if we don't correct this.
You are recognized.
In his attempt to appease the ANC and Julius Malema, he must not keep mentioning the He must seek for himself and not.
Order.
Must join.
Order.
Yona kusho benyoka. Cha uchaza umlungu wena. Hey lebhure makhe uphili. Usuyiphundu wena. Waphatheka kabi kangaka.
Councillors, let's be the order. Yabona ukuthi when we have spent time in the house where there's order and high level of discipline, some of you get irritated by order.
Nozil.
Yeah, now I want to make an appeal again. Let's come back.
Tony Leon.
Let's come back. Be orderly so that we conclude our meeting. Councillor Mvobu, as you proceed, conclude.
Thanks, Speaker. Look, it can't be correct, Speaker. I just want to raise this as well. It can't be correct that when we mention the DA, then we must be interrupted because they've been mentioning and dragging our name here. We did not stop them. We allowed them to continue with their nuisance, but nevertheless, we knew that we were going to get an opportunity to speak. So they can't be irritable when we tell them facts. That they are anti-progress. They are reactionary. It can't be. Because that's exactly what they do. Every time there's an item which seeks to address
Point of
the
order,
issues.
Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Kavenda. Point of order, Councillor Kavenda.
Asiphethe committee thina bakithi.
Order, councillors, order.
Alikho ikomiti esiliphethe.
Councillor Kavenda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just a bit confused as to
Councillors,
what item
councillors,
Councillor
order,
Mbubu is
order.
speaking on. Can he please
The point,
confine
order,
himself?
order.
I'm confused.
Kabule, can you maintain order there?
Netray.
Can you maintain order there?
Item still raising.
A point of order has been raised. I have to. Councillor Lupanza. Councillor Lupanza, please behave. A point of order has been raised. I have to listen to the point of order. Councillor Kavenda.
Yes, Speaker. As I was saying, we are very unclear as to what item Councillor Mvubu is speaking to. Can he confine himself to the agenda, please?
Thank you very much. Councillor Mvubu, as you conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. So, I support kakhulu le item as the EFF, chairing this Committee of Human Settlement and Infrastructure. They've been here, all of them, for years. Beyibuka collapse infrastructure. Then umanga put some measures in place to correct and deal with this, and they are the same people that are opposing. EDA has been busy writing a media statement in this council. Ayikho into impactful and meaningful other than to write some media statements. So as I was saying initially, Speaker, we must never take some advices from abantu abakhuluma ngolimi olufogged. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Agreed.
No.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
No.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order, City Manager. There's no objection, Councillor Mthathu.
We are voting against this item.
Okay. Let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. Those who are in support.
They keep on exposing themselves.
Those who are in support, please raise your port. Make sure that we are counted.
Black Leadership Caucus.
The service delivery pact is broken
DA
here.
is against ukulungiswa kwema-toilets.
29 years to fix things.
Thula wena ne-COVID.
It doesn't matter if it's 29 years. We're fixing it now.
DA is against
Kodwa kusalayo nihlulekile. Ama-dog's bones.
Abelungu namathaba baphakamisa.
VPS looters.
They mustn't cry for service delivery.
Amabhunu namathabo.
Zane zika Helen.
Amabhunu namathe awo.
VPS looters.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against the recommendations.
Amabhunu namathabo. Nazi izandla zaphakama. Niphakamisa ke nobasi.
EFF yantshontsha.
Thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Thank you very much. Councillors, those who are in support of the recommendation, 130. Those who are voting against the recommendation, 48. Those who abstain, none. It means 0. Thank you very much. The item has been carried through. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page number 20, item 4 of the direct exco reports. Item number 4 is request for authority to reprioritize the internal control and business systems unit capital budget to accommodate critical projects. Committee recommends.
Page 20, item 4. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
On page number 22, item number 5, request for authority to establish partnership with the private and/or public sector to offer a support opportunities for skills development and workplace learning. Committee recommends.
Right, I've got speakers 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, first speaker is Councillor Hlengwa. Second speaker is Councillor Mieni. Then Councillor Reddy.
I withdraw, Speaker, thank
Councillor
you.
Jazela. Yeah, I think I'm reading your surname correctly. Councillor Hlengwa.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mieni.
In the interest of chronometer, I therefore giraffe on the item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Attack.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jazela.
Withdraw.
Councillors,
Thank you, Speaker.
are the recognition agreed?
Agreed. Hello.
Thank you, City Manager.
Page 23.
Samlong, ukhona, ukhona.
Speaker, did I say withdraw?
Uyaprata.
Okay, thank you. You are on the floor. You are recognized.
Kodwa lo hello Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Ngiyathokoza Speaker, ngiyabingelela futhi. Cha, unemployment especially kwi youth, it's a main economic and social problem. Kodwa asike sibonge ke ithuba esiliphiwayo eThekwini, siliphiwa uMasipala weTheku ngokusebenza kwawo. Cha, sibona kwamathuba amahle eza kubantu abasha eThekwini futhi asithokozisa kakhulu as a IFP ukuthi lokhu kuzosiza abantu abasha ukuthi ba develop kuma skills futhi bakwazi ukufunda abaningi kuningi noma ningi imizi ezoma ngesizathu sale item. So sifisa ukuyamkela si IFP na.
Point of order, Slalo.
Point of order.
Ya, angathi makuyinto enhle kuthiwa umkhandlu, makuyinto embi kuthiwa ithina ne-EFF. Ngiyabonga.
Akusiyona point of order leyo. Akusiyona point of order leyo.
Proceed, Councillor.
So asike sifisa nje ukukuthokozela kakhulu si IFP na ne youth yaseThekwini ngoba siyazi ukuthi the world's biggest strength lies in the youth. So kuzoba mnandi uma kuhamba kanje eThekwini, siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Kodwa akasilungise ukuthi bengezwanga ukuthi uyakhuluma, angidlulanga ngoba ngakuhloniphi. Bengazwanga kodwa kubi ukuthi uma kwenzekile ngangakuzwa ngibe sengithola insult ngoba kwaziyo ukuthi amukho umuntu ozongivikela as a speaker of council. Yeah, but I made a mistake, but I should not be insulted for such mistakes because it was not deliberate. But nevertheless, I'm lonely with no protection.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
City Manager.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Can I get a clarity? Where did you get an insult? Because seemingly it seems as if you are directing to her.
No, I never said that. Let's proceed with the council meeting.
But it must be clear that insult was not from us as a caucus.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page number 23, item 6, request for project authority to implement effective valorization of agri-food waste to energy in Claywood Fresh Produce Market. Committee recommends.
Agreed. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
On page 24, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 7, request for authority to implement mayoral izimbizo and civic functions in the 2023-2024 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you. The first speaker is Councillor Pili, Councillor Mchetwa, Councillor Pega, number 3, Hlengwa, number 4, Deputy Mayor, number 5, Councillor Radio, number 6, Councillor Kwaloya, number 7. There's Councillor Mieni, I prayed twice. I read your name there. Then there's Councillor Pillay. Then lastly is Councillor Ntuli. In that order,
Thank you very much, Somlom. Imeya ye-ANC, ne-EFF, ne-NFP.
Yinyi mayor.
Ifuna u-10 million ukuyokhuluma nabantu baseThekwini.
Order chair. Ukhalelani pho?
Imeya ye-ANC,
order,
ne-EFF, ne-NFP. Ifuna lo mkhandlu umnikeze
Speaker.
u-10 million
Order.
ukuthi hambe
Point of
ukuyokhuluma
order.
nabantu
Speaker.
baseThekwini.
point of order, Councillor Mjeni.
Wayisusuzo imele. Wayisusuzo imele. Uyiqale nje
Order,
phambi kwesebe.
Councillor Mjeni. Mike.
Any public representative who has been elected to office is the mayor of the people of eThekwini. So therefore, we have a mayor of the people of eThekwini.
Yes, on my top look.
Order. Order.
Top look.
Ngingaqhubeka, Somlomo.
Oh,
Order,
withdraw
councillors.
first.
Councillor Pili, please proceed.
Imeya eyasekwa i-ANC ne-EFF ne-NFP eThekwini ifuna imali engango-10 million.
Point of order.
Ukuthi ihambe ibamba
Point of
imbizo
order,
ikhuluma
Point
nabantu.
of order, Councillor Ntuli.
Yeah, Slalo.
Point of order.
Yeah, Slalo. One of the reason kuthiwa umayor, honorable mayor, ingoba imayor seThekwini, imayor yalomkhandlu, including uBhili. Bengicela nje ukuthi awithdraw lento ukuthi imayor eyavotela ubani nobani. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Yes,
Let's do
Dr.
this.
Bloom.
Councillor Pili. Listen, Councillor, let me address you all.
It's cut.
Councillor Pili, listen here. All councillors. You see, you all are aware that when you are elected as a councillor, in these chambers, you don't represent the political party. You represent citizens of the eThekwini. That is the oath all of you took. Order, Deputy Mayor. You all took an oath. The oath is very clear. Once you are in these chambers, you are not representing a political party. There's no one here represent a political party. This is a body of citizens of eThekwini. Don't reduce yourself in something that you not. Don't reduce yourself to your political parties. Represent the public. They are watching. Please, I'm appealing to you, please, so that you don't continue inviting unnecessary point of order, because I'm reminding you of an oath that you took and the understanding that you know that once we are here, we are members of council. We are not members of political parties. I'm just making that appeal because you know. Let's just go straight to the debate. Thank you. Councillor Pili, proceed.
It's not fair, but Speaker, because they've been mentioning it here.
Can you debate, Councillor Pili?
Can I debate in peace, please?
Pili Kukamor.
Now, the point I was making is that umeya wethu waseThekwini, umeya wethu waseThekwini, namhlanje ufuna simnikeze imali engango-10 million kuze hambe bamba imbizo ekhuluma nabantu baseThekwini.
Order.
Kule 10 million lona ufuna simnikeze imali engango-3.2 million eyokudla kulezo imbizo lezo. Ufuna simnikeze imali engango-800,000 yestage nabadansi. Ufuna simnikeze engango-600,000 yama-artist nama-performers. Asazi noma nawe uzobe engxenye ama-performers lapho.
Abantu abamnyama nje labo sikhuluma ngabo.
Umeya ufuna simnikeze u10 million ukuthi hambe obona abantu bakhe kulezi imbizo lezi.
Awushayeleke lapha bakhe phela.
Umeya ufuna ukusebenzisa leli thuba leli ukuthi ahamba utshela abantu ukuthi imuphi umsebenzi awenzayo la eThekwini nomkhandlu wakhe.
Cha ushayeleke lapha hayi. Uza kahle ke nje.
Ukwenza nje lokhu
Ilokho okuthiwa i-accountability ke lokho.
ukwenza nje lokhu sekusele nje inyanga ezimbalwa ukuthi siyokhethweni la ngo-2024. Ukwenza nje lokhu
Isazela sidlu.
isupport yeqembu lakhe ANC iyafadalala iyaphela.
Hayi sizwa ngawe ke.
Ukwenza nje lokhu
Sizwa ngawe ke lokho.
ukwenza nje lokhu ukulekelela iqembu lakhe ukuthi lihambe likhuluma nabantu imizamo yokuqinisekisa ukuthi lokho sekusele baqabalele kukona.
Siyabonga Somlomo umkhandlu nangomthetho elawulwa imikhandla akukho la ukuthi khona makuzoyokhethweni umkhandla uma ukusevisa abantu iservice yaqhubeka noma kuyokhethweni so angingathathwa umsebenzi womkhandlu mase kuthiwa umeya wenza le imbizo ngoba kuyokhethweni ngoba njalo sine obligation yokusevisa abantu noku-account emphakathini esikhethile nokuthi uspeaker kumele uyokhuluma uthi umeya
No, Ayanda, let's not address the council. The point of order we are raising that we should not use.
Order, Speaker.
No. I do not want to address council. We just raise the point of order.
Yakukuthemba kwami.
I will tell you the point of order because you want to smartly debate the point of order. Billy, proceed.
Sibonge Somlomo. Sihlalo ngiyaphazamiseka. But okubalekile sihlalo sizama ukuveza lapha ukuthi siyaqonda futhi siyabona ukuthi lesicelo lesi simalana nani. Njobe sengishilo nje ukuthi sesibala izinyanga ezimbalwa ukuthi umbuso wakhongolose uphele eNingizimu Afrika.
Ingena upload la.
Umbono wethu ukuthi imbizo ezihlelwa ngalolu hlobo lolu ziyinto nje efuna ukusetshenziswa ihhovisi lika mayor ehlangene neANC neEFF ekutheni bamobilize imphakathi benze sengathi bakhathalela imphakathi yaseThekwini bafuna kuba sengathi bayazwelana nokuhlupheka and the suffering that the people of eThekwini are going through in the hands of the mayor and the ANC and the EFF government. It is a pretense. It is a pretense. It is a pretense that the mayor suddenly cares about the people and wants to hear them out. For years now, that has not been the case. The mayor has completely been absent from the people. This city has provided substandard service to its residents. We have a collapsing city, we have a collapsing state of our infrastructure, water, electricity, waste, sewer, under the watch of the mayor who is now wanting 10 million ukuthi hambe ochazela abantu ukuthi yini ayenzayo.
Ongabachazela ngeCovid.
Now, we all know the state of the city. And we can't explain any further. Throughout our meeting today, we've all explained, our colleagues have explained. But for some reason, the mayor and the colleagues opposite seem to think that everything is going accordingly in this city. It is only our concern ukuthi leli thuba leli will be further used to bluff abantu baseThekwini ukuthi yonke into ihamba kahle, mobilizing communities as a way to benefit the ANC and the EFF while their support is fast dwindling. We all know that izimbizo lezikhulunywa ngazo kuyinto njena yokuthi kulandwa abantu batshenwe ukuthi yini enhle by osopolitiki.
Nawe bluff iqembu
We
lakho.
all know ukuthi leli thuba leli, unlike igama elithi izimbizo, it's not really an opportunity for people to really state their cases, for people to really express themselves, so that whatever concerns are being raised in these imbizos, they are being considered and that there is some implementation of issues that need to be resolved. It is a process that really lacks authenticity, as a tool of public participation. Now, Speaker, you spoke at length about the efforts that your office is doing to reach out to communities, Wabala, Ama ward committees, Ama stakeholder engagements. It is rather strange that another 10 million rands is required by the mayor himself to go around and tell people what he's doing or what he's not doing. Now, Speaker, we view this as just a desperate move to mobilize community so that the mayor can further lie to them and give them an impression that he wants to do something about the suffering that they are facing.
Point of order.
Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, we understand ukuthi Speaker on the floor une responsibility enkulu anikezwe yona by his own party to defend the legacy of apartheid. In a process ezenza leyo nto akaqambela umeya amanga. Ukamba manga methu meya
Speaker, you can't listen to the thing.
So it's out of order.
Billy, please proceed.
Sengiyema phethelweni isihlalo ngoba ngiyabona ngathi ibhlungu le ndaba.
Uyabheda vele. Uyabheda vele.
Ebuhlungu kwena.
Uzogcina ukukhuluma
Order, let's allow
qeda. Uzogcina
Councillor Billy to
kumamvlisha
finish his debate.
Qeda. Uzogcina kumamvlisha lapho.
Qeda.
Sengivala sihlalo.
Vala ngwewa.
Order.
Now, in conclusion, Speaker, again, I want to reiterate that we will not support this move. Simply because we can see through it. We know what is being done here. We know the efforts that are being driven here. We know the desperate state that the ANC finds itself in. We know exactly what they are wanting to do to mobilize communities and give them an impression that they care about them. But for years, we know that they don't care about them. So we will not support this move, including, and Speaker, I want to say this as the last point, that the state of this city and those who are responsible for putting it where it is today, abantu ababukayo, abantu abasemakhaya through you, Speaker, they must know that this government, ANC and EFF, are now going to spend 10 million rand, behamba bekhuluma nabantu, bazospenda more than a million. Ukuthi badansise babuka abantu bedansa kulezo imbizo lezo. So angeke size sisupport le nto lena.
Speaker. Order. Billy, proceed.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are councillors here who are defying your instructions. While the Speaker is on the floor, they are busy blurting things here like sheep. And please bring order to this meeting. If we want the meeting to finish quickly, stop the councillors, and I see they coming from the ANC benches, to behave themselves, please.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Councillor Billy, proceed. Order.
Wena udine ukubuya kamthethwa wena.
Ukhalelani.
Thank you, Councillor
Udine ukubuya
Billy.
kamthethwa.
Councillor Mthethwa.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
With due respect, Honorable Speaker, we observe and understand that there are rules in this House. But it can't be said in a public platform of this nature and somebody's insulted. The last speaker said, I'm going all out to tell lies. So it can't be approved by this council that the mayor is going out to call his imbizo to tell lies. So if the honorable councillor is accusing me of telling lies, he must mention one of those lies that I've ever said in the public. So I think we can deal with it. But I think in your sharing chair of this meeting as a speaker, if he is allowed to do that, just to say that the mayor is telling lies, so that means we'll allow every councillor to insult the mayor in the same way. So I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mthethwa.
Kudakwa ibenzini lokho.
Nyambo, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, if you really were delivering services to the people, you wouldn't need 10 million to tell them what you're doing, because
Izagila zabelungu.
Because your actions would speak louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Speaker,
Abakushayelanga wena phela izandla.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, izimbizo, they are very important in this council. But Speaker, as Action SA, we cannot undermine the taxpayers. Reason being, Speaker, by authorizing this imbizo, it's unfortunately that the ANC used this imbizo for their own manifesto. Then instead of sharing, Speaker, please protect me. Speaker, please protect me. The time is moving on the clock.
Please protect me, Tete, please.
Akekho umncwango thula wena.
Speaker, please deal with this thing of the ANC who are speaking while we are on the floor.
Speaker.
Councillor
Order.
Councillor, you are recognized. The only speaker who's on the floor, as per the list, is Councillor Pega. No one else. Let's listen to his debate.
Thank you, Speaker. It is wrong, Speaker. And the Action SA is not going to vote for this item. We're voting against this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, ngiyabonga. Khona kuye kube nzima uku-understand ama-processes e-democracy if yes bas kuba nzima ngoba you always live under ama-instructions avela kubasi. In that way, you won't even know if it's democracy or not. I do not believe that accountability kumele siyivimbe simple because we think ukuthi kuzama elections. And if we feel ukuthi umayor akenzanga kahle, let him go to the people. Let him answer there. Majority of our people abanasikhathi sokudlala. Uma kuukuthi umayor akenzanga kahle uzophuma ngenduku ukubona. Kodwa umayor menze kahle bazokekiza. Ngiyakwazi mina lokho. So let us allow the mayor to go and account. And let us not forget ukuthi when the mayor goes there to account, he's not only accounting on his behalf, but on our behalf as well. Because sonke njoba sila siyona le councillor zobe imele uma eya kubantu. So asingamike manje sibe ngabantu abangazi ukuthi iyadingeka i-accountability ebese sizovika ngama-elections. Kodwa ke nje mhlambe nokuyilungisa iphutha lokuthi i-DA to 10 million, it is not, it is 9. Enye futhi engicabanga ukuthi ngayiphathisa nje umeya umeseya lapha ya kubantu eyokhuluma nabantu abamthandayo beTheku ukuthi abakhumbuza abantu ukuthi
ngithanda lokungcwaba wami
i-expropriation of land without compensation asikayi abolish iseza uma sekufike leso sikhathi abobhili ngale izobaphelela indawo yokuhlala ababuye bezela ngakuthina sizobabekela indawo siyabonga
Mashasha. Thank you very much. Councillor Order, councillors. Order, Councillor Kumete. Ngumalo. Thank you. Councillor Mieni.
Thank you, Somlomo. All public servants must account to their constituencies. That also include the mayor, because he is a public servant. Mhlambe kubalekile ukuthi masikhuluma ngalolu daba sibuka ama facts siwabuke eduze siye kuba ama emotionalist.
Point of
When we are
clarity,
talking about
Speaker.
izimbizo,
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Nyawoza.
public representative.
Order.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, I just seek clarity. Councillor Mieni has got 1 minute as far as I know. And you would have announced, had the ANC sponsored that 12 minutes to Councillor Mieni.
Yes, I've said that.
No, you didn't.
Indaba yakho.
It's fine. Order.
You were sleeping.
Order. If I did mention order, if I did mention that, It was an error on my side. There is a minute donated by ATM. Thank you. I read it earlier. Councillor Mieni?
Sibonge somlomo. Uma sikhuluma ngeimbizo because siyayihambela siyakubantu. Qala
Speaker,
ngo10 iphele
again,
ngo2.
You said
Uma
there's
ngabe
a
the
minute
colleagues
donated by
ekhuluma
ATM.
ngodaba
But that's not what
somlomo,
is
can I be
reflected.
protected? I'm
What is
still on the floor.
Order, Councillor Mieni.
You said there's a minute donated by ATM.
Yeah.
But that's not what is reflected there.
Taban Leon. Taban Leon.
That is not what is reflected there.
Where in the
Siyabika nathi
Yebo.
ANC.
Okay, the Secretariat, can you please fix that?
Speaker,
Yeah.
Speaker.
Yes, proceed, Deputy Mayor.
Nathi sidonate kuyena bekade ngisubmithile.
Thank you so
Deputy Mayor, proceed.
Kubalekile ukuthi ama colleagues lapha endlini ikakhulukazi lawa ahlala kuESCO azijwayeze ukuza kuma izimbizo. Mhlambe kukhona izinto angazi challenge
Point of
because
order. Point of order, Councillor Kavenda.
Speaker, the clock is still running.
Order.
Speaker, the
Kavenda.
clock is still running at 12 minutes. Now, if only 1 minute was donated to the deputy mayor's
No, councillors.
minute, how much is she
Order,
supposed to actually have? Can't be 12 minutes.
Order, councillors.
And I think Secretariat also needs that clarity.
Yes. I've got a team here that support me in managing time. I have no reason to doubt them. They are monitoring time allocated. Once the deputy mayor time expired, they're going to give me an indication. Proceed, Deputy Mayor.
Is it 2 minutes or 12 minutes, Speaker?
12
Sibonge somlomo. Kubalekile ukuthi sonke njengama members eESCO sihambe siye khona. Yes, umsebenzi wethu to play oversight. But asikwazi ukudlala ioversight yento esizoyithatha njenge perception singafuni ukuthi sibe yingxenye khona. Uma sikhuluma ngeimbizo sikhuluma ngama platforms la khona inkinga zabantu zikwazi ukuthi ixazululwe khona. Kubalekile futhi ukuthi uma sibheka le item singayibuku on one sided. Uma uyifunda kahle ibuye ikhulume ngama mayoral reception. Ecacisa khona ukuthi umayor as the #1 in the city has a responsibility to also to attract our investors. In doing so, our reception, they will assist us moving forward. It's very important as Somlomo and the colleagues and the public to understand ukuthi these imbizos and mayoral reception, they are directly speaking about the issues at times they do engage on. We have been saying in this council, people on the ground, they need clarity on some of the issues that continue to hit them. And the mayor is going to the people to say to the people, these are the program, and to also for the people to engage him. Abanye bazokhala. But it's very important also as Somlomo and the colleagues to understand that ours is to play oversight.
And
to
the
say,
time has expired.
Order, the time is
The howlers will howl. Ngingaqhubeka Somlomo.
Order. Councillor, ready?
Mr. Speaker, this is one time I need to be a howler. I definitely cannot support the proposed 9 million rand for a mayoral imbizo. It's disgraceful and it's deplorable misuse of ratepayers' money. It is clear that the mayor and the ANC have approved of this recommendation. It's demonstrating their complete lack of concern.
Point of order. Point of order. Kazamieni.
Somlomo. No, emini bengiphakamisile Somlomo.
No. The point of order was raised by Deputy Mayor.
How kodwa Jehovah?
Somlomo, I did that to put your attention ku whip. I started by saying speaker, and you didn't hear me.
Okay.
And I said order.
Okay. No, the order. The whip, if you want to address council, will raise her hand. Council, ready, proceed. Order.
So
Council, ready?
it is clear that the mayor and the ANC
Order,
approved of this recommendation,
Whip of council.
demonstrating their
Whip of council.
complete
Order. Whip.
Speaker, izathu senze ngicela
Order.
izathu besenza ngicela attention yakho ukuthi bengibona umisa laphaya kanti besimnikezile u deputy mayor 5 minutes.
No. Councillors, let's allow her to finish her point.
Speaker.
Order. Councillors, order. Let's allow the whip of council to raise whatever issue with me. I will then respond after that. Can you please allow the meeting to flow? Whip of council?
Speaker, besimnikeze u5 minutes.
Somlomo.
Order. No, I'm not taking hands. The order. The information in front of me, NFP Councillor Zetimieni was given an extra 1 minute donated by ATM. There's no other. Order. I was just order.
And no giraffes.
Order. I'm reading what is in front of me on order. On the speakers on page 24, item 7. That is what is contained in the speaker's list. Councillor ready?
Mr. Speaker, I'll have to go back to the car now. This time it's the mayor that's driving this car, and there's no petrol. The mayor is trying to convince us to buy a fancy radio to put in the car so the car can move. Speaker, it is clear that the mayor and the ANC approved of this recommendation, demonstrating their complete lack of concern for the financial well-being of the city and its inhabitants. At a time when the city is in crisis with crumbling infrastructure and rampant crime, the allocation of such an exorbitant amount of money for a political rally is nothing short of outrageous. It is insulting to the hard-working citizens of our city who are struggling to make ends meet and trying to keep their heads above water. The ANC's use of these events as electioneering campaigns is cynical and morally bankrupt. It shows a clear disregard for the transparency and accountability and a preference for political gain over the needs of the people. It is simply unacceptable that councillors who support this gross abuse of public funds can do so without any sense of shame. They should be ashamed of themselves for enabling and participating in this wasteful, self-serving behavior. The fact that the ANC will undoubtedly award tenders to their cronies and tenderpreneurs is a clear indication of their lack of commitment to true economic transformation and empowerment. These monies can be given to companies and individuals who actually do the work in our city and serve our inhabitants. But instead, they will be handed out to those with political ties to the ANC for an unjustified election.
The point of order. Councillor Nyanisa.
Chair,
Speaker,
Speaker, can Vice Friend provide us with the list of our cronies that we have given amatent? Angakhuluma into angakakwazi ukuyimela abeke proof on the table. Asudlala abanye abafana la.
She must watch out because I was in the ANC.
Because we are ready,
I know all the
proceed.
cronies. So, Mr. Speaker, it is essential that the voters of the city remember this betrayal when it comes time for the next election. We must hold these elected officials accountable for their abuse of power and their complete disregard for the needs of the people they were elected to serve. I thank you.
Sibonga Somlomo. On the speaker.
Order, councillors, they are speakers. Councillors, I know which there are items where most of you have an interest to listen and to participate. I'm fine with that. You can attach emotions in an item, but don't be destructive. I'm appealing, councillors. We are still in council meeting. This is not the only item we have in our agenda. There are other items. Let's not waste time on one item. Remove emotions a little bit, put your mind on the item and engage constructively. Councillor Kwala, you are the next speaker.
Speaker.
On the Speaker's report, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Zondi.
Speaker ngala.
Order.
No, thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, Councillor Ogwala. No, Speaker, I want to check something la. Ngizwe engathi, Speaker, niyaxoxa nama parties ukuthi i-council ngeke isaphume ebusuku. Now, Speaker, I want to check ukuthi ngokwakho ubona ukuthi mhlambe le council kusa right noma isazophuma ebusuku in futhi or seniyashintsha that resolution, because Speaker, I think sivumelene la ukuthi akube fair ukuthi yabo manje kuyoshaya 7 and it look like sizofana na last time sigcine sesilento than. Can you please, Speaker, mhlawumbe umuntu afake i-rider la ethi after this item, Speaker, okuhlangane no Speaker no party whips and resolve ukuthi siyaqhubeka yini size siqede ngo-11 ebusuku even today. Thank you.
Yes. Hayi meeting ilula nje. Ilula Councillor Zondi. Uma ningabehave singaqeda in the next 30 minutes. We can. If we can behave here, we can finish in time. Yeah.
Speaker.
Yeah. If you can stop disruption, then we can save time.
Speaker.
I take the point you are raising. Order. We made the commitment that we are going to finish our meetings early. Then I said to you, it depends to the work cooperation between two of us. Your behavior contributes a lot in the wastage of time. You are very good in remembering that it's late in the afternoon. In the morning, during the day, you don't remember that it's getting late. Yeah, you should start at 10 o'clock when I'm calling you. Order. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I look like an insane person calling you outside, refusing to come to the venue.
Speaker.
It took me 30 minutes. Councillor's order. After the item, order.
Speaker.
After the item, I will sit down with the whip of parties to look at the proposal because it is fair and it's what have been discussed in the whip of parties. We have agreed, but the proposal is taken. We will sit down with the whips and look at the proposal being made. Kwala?
On the Speaker's report, Speaker, you did emphasize that this
Order.
mayoral is in Bizo.
Proceed, Bob Kwala, protected.
This mayoral is in Bizo had been ongoing as from June. All the words you've mentioned in your report are all ANC words. In this municipality, we as IFP always appeal for a service delivery for all. So it seems like these mayoral izimbizo are fundamental of the ANC campaign. IsiZulu sithi sinamuva liyabukwa, sibuye sithi sinamuva likholwa izagila. Asazi ke okuyikho la ikuphi. Le mali ikhomba ukuba ihaba. Nesikhathi efika ngaso le item isenza sibe nezinsolo eziqinile ezithi ukhongolose njengoba siwazike sonke ukuthi ongqondo omalala ephenduka amatafula bawaguqula ngo last minute. Ukuba i-service delivery is not on its municipal standard, there should be no need for mayoral izimbizo. Kwalavu ke somlomo akuwenza umqondo phelele uma nithandana uhlule ukukhombisa umuntu omthandayo ukuthi uyamthanda ngokwenza izinto azozibona bese uthi uzomxoxela ngothando nalo ngaye nibe nithandana. 9 million is too much for mayoral izimbizo. You need to think otherwise. So as IFP, we're really not going to support this item. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the essence of this item must not be misinterpreted and misrepresented by the DA and others. The DLC supports public participation that is explicit in our constitution. The mayoral imbizos are important to bring local government closer to the people. This is an opportune time to get the man in the street to come face to face with the leadership of the city and express their concerns and raise issues of public interest. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the issues raised by the citizens of eThekwini are taken seriously by the officials present. The mayor needs to make this happen and prove his critics wrong. The mayoral imbizos must be meaningful and not just be seen as a superficial stance for electioneering purposes. The DLC would like to see, Mr. Speaker, all issues raised by the community attended to with speed in order to add value and build confidence within our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Ntuli, the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Angiqale ngokusho Speaker ukuthi one of the challenges that we have as the councillors of this municipality, we sometimes make mistake of not.
Yes. Yes.
You just call councillor Untuli. Nami ngikhona nguspeak ngiyakhuluma lapha.
Oh yes, yeah, no, ngiyabona khona. Yeah, you'll come after Ntuli. Sorry about that.
Now, thank you very, thank you very much, Speaker. Bengisathi into yokuqala, if you read the item in front of us, it's a request for implementation of imbizo, of mayoral imbizo and civil functions for 2023 to 2024. Let me help the council at first before we simplify it. When you speak of imbizo, you speak of public participation, something that comes into two documents that we have as councillors that were given to yourself by the Speaker. One of it, it's Municipality Structures Act. The other one, it Structures Act. Then the other one, it's Systems Act. Both of those acts, they say one, kubalulekile ukuthi mani ngabaholi ni establish a clear relationship and facilitating cooperation and communication between municipality and administration and local communities. And when you do that, you do it through ukuya emphakathini. Okwesibili, you also provide members of the communities with accurate information about the level of service and the standard of services you give it to them. The third one, which is important.
Point of order, Somlom.
Point of order, Councillor Kuala.
Can Councillor Untuli I confine a speaker to the item because it's a request authority to implement mayoral izimbizo. No to sus lectureish siyacela.
Yeah.
Councillor Ntuli, proceed.
Yeah, hlambe ke Speaker, ngiyafisa ukuthi ngiye ku number 3. Ngoba lento ngingafuna ukufunda kwabantu kuyahlupha ugcine bekhuluma nje ngokucabanga.
Speaker.
Information,
Speaker.
informing the local communities about how municipality manage the cost involved.
Yes, there's a hand. There's a hand that side.
Persons in charge.
Let me look at that hand.
Yes, Speaker, if we may be please assisted. The Speaker here mentioned the MSA Systems Act and the MSA Structures Act. Now I need to know exactly where he is reading so that I can understand the relationship of his speech, his debate, deliberation with the item. Thank you.
No, that point of order is overruled. To proceed, Councillor Ntuli.
Sibonge Speaker.
Order.
Ngifuna ukuqhubeka Speaker ngithi why lento zontathu ngiyifunda for this council. Into yokuqala edala ngiyifunda ngoba ngiyabona ukuthi when this item of public participation come before us, ibizwa nge-mayoral imbizo, it's creating a wrong impression to other individuals. They don't even understand usho ukuthini ukuhamba yokuba nomphakathi. That's why some of these councillors They are part of the councillors that are going through ethics. And they are running away, some of them. Not even to go and being processed. Ngoba nenkinga ukuthi abazi ukuyoparticipate emphakathini kusho ukuthini. Through these imbizo zokuqala umele seyekhona uhambile wafika emphakathini kwakhona into eyilungayo emphakathini through ukukhuluma nomphakathi. Why kubalekile mawuyilida mawukhethwa abantu uhambe uyohlala nabo. Ingoba okokuqala mawufika kubantu bekhethile bayakwazi ukuthola ithuba bakhulume nawe face to face with the administration and solve problem on the spot. Thina nje abanye bethu esibuye siba ama-ward council we know very well ukusho ukuthini ukuthi mawulida abantu ukwazi ukuyohlala nomphakathi ukwazi ukuxoxa nabo. Now if you are a councillor that doesn't understand that uzokubona ukuthi difficult ukuthi imayor ihambe emphakathini with the officials. Okwesibili ngiyafuna ukucacisa ulenye iphathi yesibili ikhuluma ngama-functions.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of clarity.
Councillor Ntuli says we don't understand. And that may be correct because I don't understand how the mayor can call a reopening of a swimming pool in Hamanati a mayoral Mbizo. And tomorrow he's coming back to Tongat to another swimming pool and he's calling it an Mbizo.
No. Councillor covered the lawn. Yeah. Councillor, Toli, proceed.
Angithi ke into efanele masiqinise ukufunda ngoba abantu abangafuna ukufunda bayahlupha bavele bakhulume
Councillor Ntuli, can you focus on the debate?
into elandelayo khona into ekuthiwa is-civil functions. Uma ngabe kwenzeka la kukhona, let me make an example. Njengoba kukhona i-bricks kade sinani la size la kukhona into ebesibiza nge-mayoral reception. It's part of civil functions that we are covering on this. And niyafika kona niswenkile nizofuna ukuthi nijabule nidle ukudla. But you don't understand mase first approve the same budget that we are using. Nikubona ngathi kuyicala lokho. Siyafuna ukusho ukuthi le item ayizile la ukuthi izokwenza umeya ukuthi aphume eceleni konke ayenza yedwa. I-item lezokwenza ukuthi sonke sizoba ingxenye yokuthi mangabe kwenziwa ama-functions omkhandlu siparticipate kuyona. Okokuqala uma ngabe kufanele abantu bakithi ama-services abawathola bebona kune-problem akukho wrong ukusuka kwemeya ihambe emphakathini. I-mayor is the face of this municipality and the-mayor is the first citizen of this city and it's part of the things that you do ukuthi abuye axhuma nomphakathi. There's nothing wrong with that. Into engaba wrong ukuthi abantu bebehleli phansi njalo bacabanga indaba ukuthi konke ethu izodliwa konke ezoba njani. Sina nama-systems okucontrol into yemali thina akulomkhandlu. More than lokho uma ngabe kuzoya emphakathini akaze kwathiwa le mali yona imali ezosebenza. This is an estimated cost yokudila nezinto ezizokwenzeka in between. Akakashiyo ukuthi uzospend 9,000 noma imali enjani. Futhi kwakona mncane u9,000 kwi-public participation ngoba abantu bakithi fanele baphawule bathole nethuba lokukhuluma nomeya not ngesikhathi sama-budget kuphela noma ama-budget engekho. Akukho wrong kusuka kwemeya ihambe yokhuluma nabantu. And siyazi nje ama-mayors awayi kubantu ngoba ayithi nizoyisho kubantu vele nini. Abantu bakithi anibathandi. Abantu bakithi abahluphekile nisondeli kubona. When people have got problems, they must go to their leaders and talk to them. And imeya yethu ikona ekwenza siyazi ukuthi kweminye imikhandlu ephethwe laba benkatha bayayitshontsha imali emabhuthini. And nobody is dying for that.
Order.
Mangabe benza lento zabo babuye babiza umphakathi bamemezana nabantu benkatha.
Point of order. Speaker, on a point of
Councillor Ntuli. Councillor Ntuli.
Order, Somlo.
Councillor Ntuli.
Order.
Order, Speaker.
Order. The next speaker, Sakawase.
Order, Somlo.
Point of order.
Siyambona baba uNtuli.
Asithule, asethe umsindo, asehlise umsindo.
Sesibona ukuthi baba uNtuli udiniwe sicela ehlise nje umoya axatshwene siya debate.
Siyabonga. Councillor Sakawase.
Point of order, Speaker.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker.
The Speaker, point of order.
No, there's no point of order. There's no speaker that has spoken.
No. I was before Ukwala, and it's Women's Month.
Yes, before Kuala. No. I never raised a hand.
I was before Ukwala.
No. Listen. Order. If I read your name here in this list.
On a point of order, not on the speaker's list, Babu Speaker.
Okay. No, I hear you. I thought maybe you are saying you were in the list after Kuala. Yes, you can raise a point of order.
No,
Councillor,
Speaker,
order.
through you, ngisukuma nokuthi la Let's abantu abaphesheya kwethu inqole emasondo refrain from hurling accusations, because when they do so, then all is well. But when other people suggest ukuthi nabo they are doing izinto engekho legit, then they are quick to react. So please, the last speaker ngicela ukuthi ahoxise lento ayishilo.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sokabase.
Ngiyabonga speaker. Kuleye imbizo speaker ngifisa nje ukuthi ama councillors ukuthi it's not an event.
Order, order.
Njobe bekhuluma ngendaba yemali, it's just a process yokuthi umeya aye ebantwini ayokhuluma. La akufanele informe khona abantu ngezinto ezenzekile nezinto ezisazokwenzeka. Imbizo sibalulekile ukuthi abantu bazi ngezinto umasipala wabo ozenzayo nezenzekile nezingakenzeki, bazi ukuthi zizokwenzeka nini, yiziphi ingqinamba ezenza ukuthi zingakenzeki lezi abangakazitholi. Ilapho ke abantu abazi khona ngemali yabo ukuthi isebenze kangakanani. Umeya kade ephumile eyokwenza ama budget hearing all over, you never said anything because benifuna ukwazi ukuthi kuzokwenzakala ngemali engayivoteli. But today mayisebuyisela izinto umeya ezenziwa umkhandlu ngaleyo mali engayivotelanga, seninenkinga namhlanje. So we are saying ke umeya uma ebiza abantu ngeke ababizele ngaphansi kwesihlahla, ubabizela eindaweni kufakwa ama tent or kube khona eindaweni esingama hall, and akakwazi ukubiza abantu angabanikeza isidima sabo njenge DA ngamazi umuntu omnyama. The issue ezimbizo ke iyingxenye ke ye public participation ezadesho uzakwethu nabanye abaziyo kodwa bangafuni ukusho namhlanje. Enye into eyenza ukuthi la makhansela mphakathi olalele ngaphandle angayifuni leye imbizo ingoba abantu bafike bamtshela umeya ukuthi amakhansela awezi kubona ukuzosho izinto, especially the DA councillors that want people's votes abamnyama, but they don't go endaweni zabantu abamnyama. Isibonelo manifuna nginitshele anohamba niye 58 nobuza ukuthi ukhansela wakho uyayana emphakathini.
Point of order.
Thank you, councillors. Are the resolution agreed? Let's have the screen, let's have the board. Those who are in support, please raise your hands. Those who are in support of the recommendations, please raise your hands. Secretariat, please assist me by counting.
Ouch.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against,
Ay, sakunqabela.
Everyone's mayor.
Kodwa mthethwa umdala kangaka uyakhuluma uvota ubuwazi ukuthi ku wrong. Awu abuse ukulunga ka speak.
thank you. Can you, those who abstain? Those who abstain? Thank you. Those who are in support of the recommendation, 92. Those who are against, 80. Those who abstain, 9. Order. Councillors, let me address this issue. Listen. Order. May I have your attention? May I have your attention? In the meeting of whip of parties, we took a decision that, order, can I address you? Order. Councillors, may I have your attention, please?
Lezi number yenza sense.
We agreed that councillors have brought to our attention that Councillor Ndlovu, what is happening? Can you please listen? One item I want to address. We agreed with the whip that to some councillors it's not safe to arrive late in the evening in their homes. Then, sitting here already, there are councillors who have already sent formal apologies requesting them to be excused because it's getting late for their safety reasons. Right. Now, we can't refuse to excuse those councillors. We have to be considerate. But it's difficult if councillors, they have to choose between their safety and to respect this meeting. I'm going to give you a 5-minute tea break. Order, order. While I'm convening an urgent meeting of party whips to discuss this matter, then we'll advise you after that. Don't stay long outside. Just get a tea, release yourself and come back so that don't. Whip of parties, please come forward. Whip of parties, come this side.
Hey, somlomo ngiqeda kusho nje ukuthi inqola emasondo sondo omalala ephenduka ongqondo ongqondo.
Awungisize khe ugqoke umqanqela abantu emnyango lapho.
Athi ngibalande.
Bazobe bakuyekile bangakushaya.
Councillors, please come back quickly.
Fanele ukukhandela incweba manje somlomo ukuthi umuku wathi nje hey bebuye bonke. Yabona sidliwe njengoba kwadliwa mina ngidliwa uThembu. Kwasala kancane ngibo speaker ngalela la. Ukuthi ngangigqoka ijazi hey. Kodwa mangaphindwe kuvote angeke ngihlulo. Ngihlulo uNtule egqoka ithawula. Ovotela na EFF kulokhu mangathiwa speaker nje ziyaduma.
Point of order.
Senginitholile ukuthi
Point of order kwala.
Lova nje usomlomo ngiyangena. Ngono base ngeke nga practice. Buka nje abasihambile manje.
Happy birthday, Ngona.
Take your seat, please. Take your seat. Ahlale phansi kwesingadli isikhathi ukuze sireport back ukuthi sivumelene ngani. Please take your seat, councillors. Take your seat, please. Those who are outside, please, you can come back with your tea. Now in our meeting with the whip of parties, we have discussed the matter and we reaffirm our position that we don't want this meeting to finish late in the evening. We take concerns raised to us by councillors very, very serious. Now the proposal that whip of parties wanted to present to council Number one, there are 8 items in the agenda that we have not dealt with. The proposal is to deal with item number 11 on page 29 and deal with item number 12 on page 30 and adjourn the meeting. Convened a visual meeting within 7 days where all other remaining items will be concluded. That's what the whips are saying. But after that proposal was presented, then we consulted officials and the chairs of committees. Then the chair from committee services is saying to us, Speaker, item number 13 on page 35 is very much important in the department performance, as well as item 14. Now, if you look at that, it means we might end up not discussing item 8 at page 26, in item 9.1 at page 28, and item 10 on page 29, and deal with all other issues from page 29, item 11 to the last page. You see now what the whips have presented and the request we have received from the official TCMs and the chair of the committee. I don't want this debate to be long. Can I hear your views, then we close? Which one are we taking? I put all the proposals, request and the proposals. Which one are we taking? Secret to the agenda.
Speaker, we support the recommendation from the collective of the whips.
Right. There is a view that we must conclude the agenda. The agenda, there are 8 items, but the problem is that all these items have got speakers. Now, I can't not allow them to speak on the items. It's only them who can choose to be brief or to withdraw. Then you can finish the item, the agenda, then there'll be no need for us to convene in the next 7 days, depending on the speakers. Kize?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, bengifisa ukuza neproposal la ukuthi asiqede yonke agenda, sicele kuma speakers ukuthi angakhulumi, however siwavotele wonke ama items because balithola ithuba lokukhuluma kuma committees. Thanks.
Councillor Ubheka?
Ayi nami speaker ngivumelana nentshebe lapho council case.
Councillor Ntuli? Thank you. Now, Babukala?
Siyaphikisana somlomo ngoba kunento ezosidonsisa la page 26 item 8 very critical loka 28 million we demolish ukhomba ufana sixoxe nje impela asiskiphe nje abanixoxeleni ngohwipho siwashiyela ama item eniwachuzile sidile nalawo enithi asidile nawo ukuze sigwemo I debate ngoba siwaxoxa la akuzukudlala.
Now there are different views that I'm getting. Councillor, let me check this, Giovanni. If these items that we can't conclude them today are being deferred to the next council meeting, is that allowed in terms of our rules? We don't adjourn the meeting, we close the meeting. But the remaining items are deferred to the next council meeting. I just want guidance so that we are not in conflict with the rules. We can? Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm just checking here because I'm getting different views on the matter that the item that might take us time maybe let me do this. Let me do this at the same time. There are items where there are speakers that have already left. It means speakers are not too much in some of the items. There are few items where there are
Point of
speakers.
order, Mr. Speaker, please.
Let me
Point of order.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Speaker.
Yeah, I'm just checking on the speakers on this item because I hear the point that you must finish the agenda, but I hear the point that it's getting late, the item that might take us too much, etc.
No, I got a point of order,
Yeah,
Speaker.
let me start the point of order.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, you called up a meeting, right?
Yeah.
You had a meeting with the whips. Now, there's an agreement there. You need to make a decision. Why are you allowing this sort of debates and discussions to continue taking place here? Be decisive, Mr. Speaker. You make a decision and let it be binding. You call these party whips, so they can advise you, and you make a decision. Now you know why the meetings go on so long.
We don't work like that. We don't work like that. There are times where we have to hear the views from the parties. This is not my meeting.
Is
quite correct.
Speaker,
Order.
As a matter of fact, it is your meeting. You are the presiding officer here. But you, as the speaker and the party whips, are our programming committee. If you have arrived at a particular decision, that decision has got to be respected by this council.
Thank you. Kamule?
No, thank you, Speaker. I want to share the same sentiment with the previous speakers. You call us there, we took a decision, and then we're given time to go back and communicate with our party members that this is the decision that we have took. So I don't understand why now we come back and then we open it to the floor. What was the proposal? Because we have agreed there as whips. So what was the use for you to call us there when you are still going to ask for a proposal in the House? So
Thank you.
Be consistent, maintain what we have agreed on, and then we move. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip of Council.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Mina
Order.
bengizothi Speaker, if possible, let us stick with the proposal esenzile as whip. Siyabonga.
Okay. We are going to deal with only two items. Then the meeting will be convened visually and deal with all other items. Let's move to page 29, item 11, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 29, item number 11 is the determination of upper limits of salaries, allowances and benefits of different members of municipal council for 2022-2023 financial year. Committee recommends.
Speaker.
Thank you. I've got speakers here. Councillor Hlengwa.
No, before I discuss this.
Councillor Reddy, but before I take speakers, let me allow Head Legal to have some remarks. Jomane?
Thank you, Speaker. Before the matter is deliberated upon and resolved, I would remind councillors that all those who have interest in the matter must recuse themselves.
Who's going to?
So Puma Soke.
Councillors, Councillor Hlengwa?
Agreed.
Order.
Agreed.
No, Hlengwa sudlala ngathi ayuthi. Angikuzwa Hlengwa.
I'm covered. I'm agreeing with the increase.
Okay. Councillor Reddy?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to be consistent. You know, whenever these issues of salary allowance increases comes to the council, I know what happens. Parties wait to see the big parties like ANC, EFF, how they're going to vote. They see how the pendulum swings, then they say, okay, we're voting against to make a public statement about it. But I have to be very consistent in what I've been doing in this council, and I've been saying that wherever we have an opportunity to reduce expenditure, we've got to exercise that. And today I will not be supporting this increase for councillors, because I believe that we'll have to...
Order, Somlo.
Thank you.
Order, Somlo.
What is the point of order?
Councillor Kwala.
Councillor Kwala?
No, mhlambe ulokhuzana uCouncillor ready. Siyacela nje asihloniphe. Asihloniphe ngempela bana siyamhlonipha. Ngoba sila sivotelwa abantu sibela azizile kuzobuka la kuyona ishow le. Umethi sibuka iEFF nelokhuzana nenhlangano ebusayo nqolo masonto sonto. Lento ayishoyo mangayisho ngesintu ngamele ngihoxise noma ngixolise. Kodwa uvisa akasihloniphe.
Thank you.
So, Speaker, I would like to see today something unusual happening. I would like to see the majority parties actually supporting me. And then I wonder what the parties would do about this when they are sitting and hoping secretly that this thing will be passed, but they will just make some public statements. I've been consistent in what my position has been as my party. So because of that, I will be voting against, but I feel,
On a point
Speaker,
of order, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I think maybe Councillor Reddy didn't read this item. It's for noting. I think legal advised us previously how we deal with these matters. So I don't know how we get where we must lobby other parties. It's for noting. You can't unnote what you have seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You made our lives easy. Thank you. Noted, noted, noted.
Thank you, councillors. The resolution agreed.
Noted.
Noted. Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker,
Manager. Page 20. Page 30. Item 12.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 30, item number 12, request for authority to host the 2023 Annual Maidens Conference and Read Dance Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got speakers.
So, Speaker, 11.2 were approval. Kule item yama academics. 11.1 on note, 11.2 approval.
Councillors, I'm just getting an indication order from legal that on page 30, on the upper limit, not all the recommendations are for noting. Item 11.2 is for approval. Can we get an indication whether we agree with 11.2?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Kodwa uvisa ngayitholi.
Abstain, Speaker, abstain.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Mpele. We were on item 12, page 30. I was calling the speakers. Councillor Mchetwa, Bega, Hlengwa, Councillor Reddy, Councillor Shange, Councillor Mieni, and Sokabasa, in that order. Councillor Mchetwa.
Mr. Speaker, siyakwamukela lokho okuphakanyiswe la, siyakweseka futhi ngazo zombili ukuba nini ukugcina kwamagugu namasiko esizwe sakithi kuthuthukiswa ngayo yonke indlela. Esizocela ke Mr. Speaker through wena okusukela kuma experiences angeminyaka edlule ukuthi labo abazophelezela imbali zesizwe kakhulukazi uma seziya lena enyokeni izingane zethu baqinisekise ukuthi lokho kwaba ichashazanyana elincane eminyakeni edlule la watholakala khona ukuthi indawo zokulala nokudla akukho sezingeni elikahle hle baqinisekise ukuthi into enjengaleyo ayenzeke ngoba sifuna ukuthi uphawu esilwenzayo loluhle kangaka bese lizophoxwa nje ukuthi mhlambe ke equality yempatho yamagugu esizwe sakithi bese eba in question ngakho ke sizocela ukuthi laba bazophelezela baqinisekise ukuthi ama services nama products aprokurishwayo kube ama products asesimeni esamukelekile. Siyabonga Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mthethwa. Councillor Ubheka.
Siyabonga Speaker.
Order.
Siyabonga Speaker, I'm covered. Action SA nayo supporter, especially if the event promotes and raise awareness on morals and regeneration and social ills. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Areti. Councillor Areti.
Speaker, we're definitely not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shange, IFP.
Asibonge Asibonge wesomlomo. Sina njengeqembu le-IFP siyayeseka umcimbi. Kodwa ke somlomo besiyocela mhlawumbe ukuthi kusaseyinhlelweni ama-officially sithole wonke ama-details njengamakhansela akhona ukwenzela ukuthi okuke kwenzeke njengokuthi kusala ingane kugcine sekufonelwa amakhansela mhlawumbe sazi ukuthi sithintana nobani kuleso simo. Mhlawumbe bekuyoba kuhle ukuthi sitshele nezikhathi okuyosuka ngazo amabhasi.
So besihamba nogumede nje.
Umcimbi siyaweseka, ngiyathokoza kakhulu.
Councillor Myeni with 5 minutes donated by the ANC.
Siyabonga somlomo egameni leintombi zalapha eThekwini umbiko siyawamukela. Somlomo, can I get a protection?
You are protected.
Thank you. Siyawamukela umbiko nenkece lena ebekiwe ukuthi iyosebenza lapha. Siyafisa futhi ukuthi uma ngabe senza izinto ezifana nalezi sikhumbule ukuthi lapha eSouth Africa lapha eThekwini we are a diverse nation. Kusho ukuthi lokhu kubalekile ukuthi mhlambe kungenzeka ukuthi ungabi nalo ulwazi loku understand ukuthi kwenzakalani. Siyafisa futhi njenge National Freedom Party ukufaka kulendlu ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngalo mkhosi sikhuluma ngomkhosi esiyohlezi sigqaja ngawo ngoba umkhosi owathi usufadabele wabuya wavuswa umkhosi osilekelela kakhulu ezintweni eziningi ezifana no HIV and AIDS ukuziphatha kwezingane zethu zamantombazane. Siyafisa futhi ukubeka kulendlu ukuthi lo mkhosi siyofisa ukuthi singagcini kuphela ukuthi sibe nama build up uma ngabe izintombi sezizohamba ziye emhlangeni kodwa kube nama programs ekufanele siwa support nathi ikakhulukazi lapha emawadini esifisayo futhi ukuthi neoffice lika mayor nalo lisondele eduze kakhulu through its council ukwazi ukuthi izintombi zethu including uDeputy Mayor zikwazi ukuqhubeka nokuthi ziyiphathe kahle. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Zama Sokabasa. Sorry about that.
Ngenzeni kuwena me you speak. No ngiyabonga Speaker. Siyabonga ukuthi amakhansela ayabona ukubaluleka kokugcina usiko lwethu lwabantu abamnyama nokugcina ingane zethu zisiphethe kahle. Siyajabula kakhulu ukuthi lo mcimbi uzokwenzeka la eThekwini kulonyaka esikhathini esiningi kade sivalelekile savalwa iCovid savalwa ama floods kulonyaka ke uyabuya uzoba lapha yana e100 lo owenzelwa la ngaphakathi embumbulu la kuqanywa khona ngehleza ngazi ngangekho kodwa ke uzokwenzelwa khona bese kuthi ke masekiwa enyokeni siyayizwa into ekhulunywa ngokudla nangakho konke. Ngiyafisa ke ukuthi amakhansela azi ukuthi sisuke masekiwa enyokeni sisuke sesixhasa sesilekelela uart and culture wethu weprovince kusuke sekuyiwona odila nakho konke okwethu ukuthi sibalekelele ngetransport bese kuthi lapha yana mase sebaphelezela abantwana sibanikeze nokudla bazokudla endleleni uma sebefika ngaleyana basuke sebephethwe art and culture we province ukuyona osuqhubeka nakho konke kodwa siyakubheka lokhu amakhansela akushoyo ukuthi sibheke ukuthi abantwana bayakuthola yini ukudla nokuthi bayalala nendaweni lama officials azobehambile nalama khansela azobehambile azoqinisekisa ukuthi ayakubheka lokho siyawanxusa nawo ukuthi afika kwenze kube umsebenzi wawo siyabonga.
Order.
Thank you, Councillor Kwala.
Kusala ukuthi sport sport and arts and culture uyena osuka sebaphethe neZululand district.
Councillors, are the resolution agreed? No. Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against. Thank you.
Let's record that.
Speaker,
Thank you.
Councillor Ntuli, order.
Speaker, ngiyazi ukuthi uqedile nge-item lebesikuyona kodwa khona into engiyicela nje i-council mangabe izongivumela kuyo. Ngiyazi ukuthi sivumelene sonke ukuthi sona umhlangano ozoba virtual. Knowing and understanding the load shedding abanye bethu esihlala emakhaya. Izogcina isinika iproblem lo. Mina benginomcabango nje ukuthi wonke lama item khona lento wayikhuluma noNjomani. Ukwayisa kuloya mhlangano we-council elandela singagcini siba nemhlangano eminingi ehamba ingena in between ngoba sigcina siba nenqwaba ye-council. Bengizicelela nje ngiyazi ukuthi akukona speak lokhozi ukuthi kube yinto ebengabe sifuna ukuphazamisa kuyona. Kuphela into ebengicela masifa ngaphakathi ye-business plan kuphela.
Thank you, Councillor Ntuli. The point you are raising is correct. In one of our council meetings, we took a decision that we won't convene visual meeting unnecessary because of the load shedding in different areas. We are raising a point that was raised before in council. Now, I don't have a problem with the proposal you are making because I've already made this suggestion. Legal indicated that there's nothing wrong by deferring this item to the next council meeting instead of convening a visual meeting, which most of councillors might have a difficulty to connect because of the load shedding in their areas. Can we agree that all the remaining items will be deferred to the next council meeting? No visual meeting will be convened. Thank you, meeting adjourned. Order.
Speaker, if it's so, i-business plan yaka-PRC ngoba kusho ukuthi inyanga yonke ngeke bakwazi ukusebenza.
No, it is a part of the business meeting. Oh, no.